afternoon, everybody. How are we doing today? Happy Friday. It is a hot Friday right now, although Thursday was worse. Thursday was like 32. Today is 28, I think. My brains are melting. Anyway, we've got a lot to talk about. Plus, we do have the Idris Trade meet going on today for the org, which we will be attending. I might be doing some shopping, seeing what there is. While we chat about everything that's going on, because there is a lot to talk about. Anyway, let's get cracking. 07, and welcome. See who's here. First and foremost, on YouTube, we have Blah Blah, Vacro, Sketo, Lucardus, and AT. Oh, flippin' heck. 07, and welcome YouTube. And then over on Twitch, we have APOC with the resub and Taint with the resub. Thank you so much, guys. Beers and party, please. We have Deacon, Jones, Rhino, Mighty Steed, City Gamer, Neo, 14, Nexus, Dendra, Space Ranger, Shadow Strike with the resub. Thank you, sir. Keep those beers and parties going. Dynaxel, Sizen, Joshua, Azarinth. Oh, it just jumped. What's happened? Taint, of course, Ehawk, Sioli, Athos, Zol, Jean, Runny Nose, how you doing? Entwill, Vulcans, and Zape 07, and Zarek. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome. So, yeah, plenty to discuss. Absolutely. We won't take too long before we jump in and get on with this Org Idris Trade posting. And we will speak deeper about everything there. But there's been quite a bit going on. So we've had a new patch, a new PTU patch. There will probably be another one tonight. Why is that running it low? Hang on. Might regret this. Probably a new one tonight as well, with more bug fixes, hopefully some more optimizations and so forth. How has the PTU been for people? I haven't jumped on it since the last time we went on stream, I don't think. Has it gotten better? Are there, still a ton of bugs? Have many of the bugs been resolved? How is performance? That's all right, Zarek. Not to worry, mate. The ship leak. We will speak about the ship leak. We'll talk about Genesis. We will talk about 410. Yeah, plenty to crack on with. Good for you so far. Heard it's kind of the same. You did Siege last night with the boys, a new patch apart from no loot boxes. It was awesome. So it was smooth, was it? Yeah, the Mark V Constellation. Still hella buggy. Is that 410 PTU? Yes. Adam, welcome. We can skip till September. Yeah. To be fair, I am hoping that 410 will at least get, 49 or the PU back on track, so that we're going in the right direction again, rather than sort of backing up. We're all heading back in the same direction, doing what we like to do, it being easier, less problematic, and then getting on with the rest of the content, right? You'll be turning 50 in September, blah, blah. What date? I'll be turning 40 in September, which is kind of weird. Yeah, 410. Oh, man. Rad, how you doing? L7. If your ship leaks, you should really get that checked out. Yeah, there's probably a hole. So 26 FPS for the server. Nice. Lazarus, welcome. I'm doing great, thank you. The machine gods being kind to the folks here. Define machine gods. I think so. Why is it all starting in, low quality? Don't do that. Frames are around 30 to 40 in Levski. That's not bad. I did notice Levski's frames have been getting better, like the low-end frames. I don't even pay attention to high-end frames because I don't get them, but low-end frames I've noticed are getting a lot better with Levski. For some reason, Lucadus, I don't think the Aquila is included in the Mark V. Why don't you think that? Have they said so? I can't imagine they would leave out the Aquila. It would be likely all versions getting, this new version released. And it's like the Auroras. It's not like, you know, the Mark IVs are going away. They will get Mark IVs to the same standard as every other finished ship would be at. But they will also release the Mark Vs, which are like the Mark II of the Aurora, which is cool. Spike, how you doing? No exploration gameplay. What do you mean? Are you saying because right now we don't have exploration gameplay, they're not going to grant us the Mark V Aquila? Because that would be ludicrous, Lucadus, to even think along those lines. For many reasons. What are the odds that implementing Genesis in September is going to explode the instance that comes out soon? It's going to explode the instancing that comes out soon. It's got nothing to do with instancing. What do you mean? Why would that happen? Yes, the eyebrows, that has to be the most... thank you for the follow, by the way, yes, over on Twitch. That has to be the most out there hype. It's silly, but we need everything, right? You watched Space Tomato's stream yesterday, tried to do Siege, and none of the NPCs at all spawned, and basically used it as a way to get footage, but couldn't get past the first stage. Man, it's such a problem. I hope they can get that sorted soon. Binks, welcome. No, I'm sure they'll bring the Aquila. It's just might not be the one that they're working on immediately. Is that what you mean? We don't have exploration gameplay right now, so they're not working on that one yet. Eventually, they most likely and most definitely, I would think, will. Yes, potentially 5 ships coming around September. Remember, though, as I was reminded, the dates that are given on those leaks for the ships are internal dates for the final reviews, not release dates. So take that, take that with as it is. It doesn't mean they are happening in that time frame. Usually it does, because when they're, finished, they're released relatively quickly beyond that point. But don't assume that it's all coming then. Thank you, Solex, Spartacus, with the resubs, Beers and Party. Thank you, guys. That was heaven. Oh, was that the last patch with Tomato Stream? So we've had a patch since. There could be hope. Yeah, the gold standard is for all of the Connors. Thank you, Apog. So yeah, it's all the Connors. There's, just because we don't have exploration gameplay, technically exploration profession right now, we still have exploration gameplay. Does it, we don't have to have, you don't have to be told what to do to explore in Star Citizen. There is plenty to get on with. Doesn't mean they will hold back certain ships for that, in that sense. You bought the Aurora Mark 1 when you heard they were going away. Well, I've had my Mark 1 for over a decade and a bit now, my LX, and it is staying put. It is going nowhere. Assume. Yes, I suppose I do, don't I? I've never noticed that, and now you've pointed it out. It'll play in my mind every time I say it. Deeds, how you doing? For org members, well, not for org members, because everyone can watch it. I've just finished editing the Hathor org event that we did. That video will hopefully be going live tonight. It's just almost exported. It's going to take a little bit longer once the stream is finished, but it is coming, and it looks amazing. That's like Star Citizen is just cinema when it works. Yeah, sorry, I see what you mean, Lucadus. I see what you mean. But I think in regards to something like the Aquila, like that's individual ships. Like, for example, the what am I thinking of? I can't think of the name. Well, the big farming super collider Endeavour. The Endeavour, for example, is not going to come because there's no gameplay to support it. As an individual ship, there's no point in releasing that one until all that stuff is there. But for the constellations, because they are doing more than one at the same time, it is in their own interest to do them all at once. Because the assets are all there, the people are working on it, it is easier to just get them all done in one foul swoop, then do 4 of them, do 3 of them, and then be like, we'll do the last one later. So don't be fretting about that. They'll all have the update. Trading your Mark II for the Stingray, interesting. I am an LX man. Yeah, the LN did pique my interest, but at the time I couldn't afford it. It was slightly more, it wasn't that I couldn't afford it, it was a bit more expensive and I just wanted to go with the LX. So I went with that one. With the Alfred seat. And I remember sitting in the hangar when all we had was the hangar, just looking around it, enjoying the fact that it was a cool ship that, I mean, it couldn't go anywhere. Yeah, it was the 2943 version of the LX. Created my account towards the end, was it November of 2012, and then in 2013 I bought a package with the Aurora LX. So it's like 13 years old and it's still sitting in my garage. So power pit's not working and vehicles on ramp rattle and explode. Just ramps in general. They rattle and explode. People and vehicles, it has no physicality and you just drop out of it. So annoying. Marcon, how you doing? Good afternoon. Mining runs are awesome for exploration. Just wait till we get Genesis. Exploring with Genesis is going to be like... Aries, how you doing? Welcome. You hope they push one last wave of Mark 1 sales. What would be cool, or what will be cool later down the line, is buying a second-hand Mark 1 Aurora. There will be people who maybe not craft them. I don't know if we'll be able to craft them. We might do, but we will at least be able to sell those vehicles, and you could sell one second-hand. Blob, how you doing? To be fair, Mighty Steed, I am with you on the idea of releasing ships before the gameplay is there. I've always appreciated that. Having a ship, even if it doesn't support the dedicated gameplay that it's supposed to, it can still be used for various things. But also it allows us to nitpick and find problems with it and bugs and get them fixed before the actual gameplay does come along. But alas, community complains and they don't come out. It's very unplayable for you last time you loaded it. I know last time we tried it, which was a few patches ago for 4.10, it was problem after problem with mostly desync, but we didn't really give it a thorough test. I didn't like try and go out of somewhere else and whatnot. Daku, how you doing? Yeah, I love the LX. Yeah, extra quantum travel fuel, nice. So what's going to happen, Neo, is the Mark IV constellations, which are the constellations we have now, they will remain in game and they will get all the same treatment that any other ship gets. So brought up to the gold standard, which just means everything that every other ship needs. Every ship in game will get the gold standard. And then they will introduce the Mark Vs as the new and improved kind of constellations from RSI, like an advertisement. But it's basically all they're saying there is they're not going to remove them in terms of out of the game and replace them with Mark Vs. They're going to still be there. Yes, the Starcitect mission system. So, again, we'll delve deep into this once we're in game because there is a lot to talk about there. And I am working on a much longer form video trying to go into everything about Genesis, about, when it comes in September, potentially, and then down the line, the future plans of it. Already, though, because I recorded it before we got the information about the roadmap, I'm having to adapt it to make sure that what I say isn't outdated already. There is also some information from Will Hain, only brief information that is worth sharing as well, so I'm just going to have to fiddle with it to get it more accurate. And there will be something I miss off, because it's such a deep system with that it touches so many areas of the game, and it is important for the future of the game. Without Genesis, technically, the scale of Star Citizen cannot be realized. It's that gap between, we want to do we want to do, handcrafted planets or procedurally generated planets. We want to do them within a decent time frame without losing quality and that handcrafted feel. So it's the whole piece of, and it's about everything. It's about simulation, isn't it? It's about planet sim, weather sim, flora and fauna simulation, and populations and points of interest with endless missions. It's all part of what needs to happen, and of course the resources to support all the other gameplay types like mining and farming and base building and exploration, everything. It wasn't a hard and fast rule about not bringing ships. It was just they're not doing as much. They're not bringing ships out, or they're not intending to release new ships that don't have gameplay associated with them. The constellations are already here. And then, yeah, maybe Squadron 42 later on. I don't think they will increase the size too much. I think the constellations will remain pretty much the same, but with slight improvements here and there, visual updates, and maybe something a little better to kind of say, this is, advanced tech in comparison to the old stuff, and then it's up to people whether they want to go with the old or the new. Like in the real world, you've got vintage cars that are very uncomfortable and difficult to drive, but they look cool as shit and they sound as amazing, versus the ones that do it for you that are, sound horrendous and just have no character. Yeah, I mean, I don't know when we're gonna see Stanton and Pyro get updated. I'm gonna jump in now, as the conversation has already, I mean, my fault because I want to talk about it, but has already gone on to it. So yeah, I don't know when we're gonna see them go back over Stanton and Pyro. I expect it'll be next year. This year, from what we understand, it could change. Anything can change. It's about getting the Nix system fleshed out, which will be Nix 1, 2, and 3. For September, we know it's Nix 1. We may see Nix 2 and 3 added to the roadmap for September as well, or they may do it in a point patch or a 4.12. But I do not expect to see Stanton and Pyro updated to that as well this year. But they will go back, and yeah, hopefully it's in a timely manner so we're not having to wait for it. Yeah, 42 better be perfect after everything they've put me through. Oh, headache. All right, I'll wait for your invite. I'm on my main account here, Deacon. Server error loops. All right, we'll get back to putting the music on then. Oh, man, part of me just wants to avoid 4.9 in its entirety for now, because I can't be dealing with it. Let me know when it's back up and I'll jump in. Thank you. Yeah, camping forever. Oh man, I can't wait to get down in the Auxilia, which has its final review in end of August. So end of this month, the Anvil Auxilia will have its final review, which is essentially the Clipper but on wheels, using I assume the Atlas chassis. And just driving around on what I will do with my off-grid character is probably go with the Auxilia and live on the planet and not get off the planet and try to survive on the planet as my off-grid survival series, just living out of that vehicle. But then there's still something missing between Galaxy and Constellation. Yeah, well, I'm sure in the future we'll see a lot of ships that fit these gaps. Many ships. They will likely bring out something in every area, right? No, we don't know when 410's drop in TJ. How you doing, by the way? It should be this month. Towards the end of this month, by the sounds of things. It could be any week, really. It could be any day, to be fair. I was expecting it last Wednesday, but with it being this sort of interim, unexpected patch, which is all about fixes, I think what they're doing is just taking their time with putting as many... They'll probably have an intended amount of fixes, or types of fixes, that they want before they release it, which is why we haven't seen it yet. Once they maybe get those and do enough optimizations, they will then release it. But for all we know, it could be September that it drops. Unlikely, but possible. Unfriend you and then refriend you. All right, bear with me, guys. So remove from friends and then add friend. All right, that should have come through to you, mate. Yeah, there you are. Stupid friends lists. Oh, they don't half make things difficult. All right, are we going in? Join the leader. Oh. Flipping heck, it's warm. Spunky, Alakai, JC, how you doing, guys? Flood, welcome. So you ran all of Reko's missions, but Reko herself was totally bugged. No animations played when she talked, and she had multiple voice lines overlapping. Again, chances are there. That might be what they're aiming to do, right? They want to get at least the new content, Reko and Siege, to a standard that it should be at for releasing. Great, how you doing? Because they know the impact if it isn't. Shenanigans, welcome. For 1.12, we could use that patch to be an optimization. For 1.12, what are you talking about, Alec? Do you mean for 10? Yeah, so single patches as for focus. Sorry, 4.12, end of year. And 4.12, do you mean the end of year patch? Peanut, how you doing? So 4.10 is the one that's bringing a good chunk of fixes. Not everything, but a good chunk. That's whenever it comes. End of September or mid to end of September is 4.11 with Genesis. Which will also include fixes, but I'm sure they will release other patches with fixes. Oh, it turns out I'm at Levski. That makes sense because we were there for the Hathor thing. That's where we got dropped off, wasn't it? Are you coming to pick me up, Deacon? Oh yeah, good point. 4.12. Yes, no, good point. So 4.12 will be November. So it's 4.11 is September, October, November for 4.12. And then, I guess, we'll see what happens with the end of year. Probably Squadron. It would, but yeah, if they can make sure that, 4.12 is working nicely and Squadron releases, Christmas is going to be busy. What are we doing here? What's going on there? Oh, I see. Yeah, hopefully they don't break the Christmas patch. Yeah, like a new planet and everyone goes down to it and it just breaks. Bumping into everyone. Probably. Oh, of course, TJ. Just waiting for it to drop so I can finally play around with the What's the sha? Gonna try selling Stormbreaker with it. Maybe bring along a friend. Can't think of what the Sha is. A ship, I'm assuming. Or is it super heavy armor? I see. Yeah, very cool. That's going to be a nice... I think a lot of people have bought the super heavy armor. Official welcome. That's all right. You didn't miss much, don't worry. Next month, you're going to be eating good when it comes to games. Oh, yeah, with GTA as well. Roughneck, welcome. No, I don't think we're going to see Castra this year. I personally think their plan is just... I mean, we could see snippets of it, but I don't feel like we will. And base building, I certainly feel, is just going to be a next year thing, not a this year thing. Personally speaking, I think by the end of the year, we'll have all 3 planets in with all of that content. And I mean, that would be enough for me. But, you know, with the Auxilia and a lot of ships, maybe something like the new refining mechanic, maybe hacking. Sooty and sweet, a panda called Sue, and little cousin Scampi too. Yeah, no word of suit lockers though, which was interesting. Thank you, Tegan. No word of Starware, sorry, which I was expecting to see, but it can still get added, or it might not. We'll see. Enjoy the nice air. Yeah, it's gonna stick my face in a coffee and enjoy their water instead. No, they've updated Rekko. She looks very similar to how she used to look, but I think she's been done using the latest character stuff.
Welcome to Metro Center. Transfers to the perimeter.
Essentials. House 7. Yeah, War Dogs looks kind of cool. I probably won't be getting it because I don't have the time to just put into another game, you know, but it does look like a cool game. But for me, it's going to be this, first and foremost, and then dabbling with GTA 6 as well from time to time. I love a coffee cup that refills itself. It was like 85%, 75%, 85%. Now, if only that worked in real life. Back up it comes.
Hey there. Now arriving.
Yo, Azrinth. Yeah, she does look a little younger, doesn't she? Damage. Welcome. Oh, boy. It's just so warm. It is nice in the morning, though, because we, instead of sitting inside having our breakfast or, you know, having our coffee, we go and sit in the garden, and it's just so lovely because Summer can just play on the grass, play on a slide or whatever, and we just sit there, and it's not too hot. I'm expecting tomorrow I may buy the 9950 X3D. Been looking at videos of people using it, although they were using their 5090, not a 5080, so it's definitely not an accurate depiction, but oh man, it's going to be such a blessing. And then I'll just quickly do the flashback on the motherboard, stick it in the motherboard, stick in the RAM, and then when I get some time where I'm not, you know, streaming or making videos, I will quickly swap it all into here, take out what I don't need, and put that aside safely for the stream machine. And then think about the storage. We may do a funding goal for the storage, with Facemaker saying that he wanted to send 100 for the 4 terabyte storage drive. What I might do is when I'm ready to buy it...
Do you copy, sir?
Oh, blimey, I do. Do you hear me?
Yep, coming into approach now.
Copy that. I'll head to your hangar. Or are you docking?
No. I'm in a small one. I'm not claiming the Revenant again this patch.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah, with the Facemaker offering that, once I get...
You'll have to settle with something a little smaller, sir. I'm very sorry.
I am shocked. So yeah, we'll probably set that up just to help get that 4 terabyte one with the prices being stupendously expensive, and then see about getting that swapped in quickly so that it can all be nice and smooth.
I almost ran the Vanguard.
Don't do that. Please don't do that. I guess you're in a Vanguard, are you?
No.
Oh, someone else's Vanguard. Yo, Rudden, how you doing? Gams, welcome. 07. Arcage has announced this. A true successor. Oh, okay.
Right.
I never played Arcage. Top Gun Battlefield 6 DLC. No, I didn't hear about that. I haven't played Battlefield 6 in a long while. I haven't played Battlefield in a long while. I used to love it, though. What are you going to go for, Adam? Yo, Englo, how you doing? .8 and 4.9 has been atrocious functionality-wise, but the last 3 months have all smashed previous months by month funding records. Did you shut that on me on purpose?
I absolutely did.
Thanks, mate. It's funny because I'm sure people are not buying right now, you know, to make a point. I like your couches. But yeah, I love it when VoIP works too. Thankfully, they've done a lot of fixes. Can you hear me on local, Deke?
Yeah, can you hear me on local?
Oh, yeah, nice. Yeah, it makes such a difference when VoIP's working. And it's not...
For the time being.
Well, yeah. It's not that they have updated it to support more than 50 or 100 people, or whatever it was. I think it's just they've just bug fixed a lot of issues with it about swapping in and out of environments, like coming in and out of ships and so forth, so the channels swap. They've just fixed a ton of stuff there. So I think what's happened is it's just become better. Ooh, did I just drop that cup?
I absolutely did. Yeah, for the time being.
I think that was an old comment. Oh my goodness. I've got a fan on me, but I don't think it's doing much. Where's the controller for it? Let me know if it gets too loud and I can turn it down a bit, but... I'm sorry, I need the coolness. I'm glad I wasn't streaming yesterday. I was working, but I wasn't streaming, so I didn't have to sit here with headphones on all day long. Have we just jumped, or have we crashed? Have we just jumped?
Not yet.
Are we... I don't know if it's desync, or are we still moving? My view seems to be stationary. Oh no, it's all good. Weird.
Yeah,
Weird.
Getting out of the atmosphere.
Yeah, exactly, TJ. I think one of the reasons why I've kind of not enjoyed doing the off-grid stuff as much as I did previously is because of things like VoIP suffering. Without VoIP, like you say there, you cannot turn off a jump... You cannot sort of have a jump scare with another player and make light of it and communicate. It's all very much just face-to-face, making you feel awkward. Whoever pulls the trigger is just going to, you know, create a war. And it makes such a difference in a game. I know a lot of people don't use it, but for myself, my experience, it's imperative to be able to enjoy Star Citizen to the sort of depth that I want to, especially when I'm off-gridding and bumping into randoms. It's so important. So even just these fixes that they brought in earlier this year, I think it was, has made a huge difference. And in terms of communications, we're using obviously Starcoms, but we're also using Discord. And it's like, even that isn't enough to make it easy, because there's still party chat to communicate with. Whereas if we are using local and you know, being able to just speak to each other in proximity, it makes a huge difference to just the ease of how things pan out. It can save lives. It can absolutely save lives. So, Genesis. In fact, no, let's not start with that. Let's look at the current information about the ships that was posted. Oh, that's a nice image there, Gene. Did you create that? That's beautiful. So these are internal dates for when CIG will finish them. as in the final pass deadline. They're internal dates for the final pass deadline, which is the last pass that ships have before they then get scheduled to release, or before they get released. They could release around the same time, or the month after, or the next patch after, or it could be later down the line. It depends on, you know, when they want to do it. But we have the Auxilia, which is one of my favorites. The deadline for that was the end of August, so that's going to be a really nice one, especially with, and it's one that we kind of guessed with the monthly reports, talking about ground vehicles. The Auxilia is that generalist ground vehicle. So the Clipper, you have things like maybe a med bed, a crafting station. It allows you to live away from home for extended periods of time. But it's a ground vehicle, which I am so excited to use. That will allow us to do a whole different style of off-grid gameplay, where we're heading out and just literally living on the planet and not going anywhere. Yeah, you're more than welcome to come and join us, TJ. Are you handling the party, or is it Josh? Wait, I'm not... Are you handling the party, mate, or is it Josh?
I don't hear you again. Oh.
Yeah, sorry, I tabbed out.
Oh, late. Yeah, I have it.
Okay, could you, well, bear with me. TJ, you're more than welcome to come and have a look. We're doing a trade meet at an Idris, an Org Idris, and you are more than welcome to come in and see if there's anything you want to buy, make an offer. Let us know your handle, and we can invite you in. Obviously, if you know, anyone who comes in starts causing problems, they will just get banned and so on, but I don't expect that to happen. So that's the end of August for the Auxilia.
Needs to friend me first.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, make sure you're friending Deacon. So it's D-E... Let me give you the thing. So you need to friend Deacon_Frost. You don't have to capitalize it. I just did that by accident. And he'll be able to send you an invite. The Greycat MFC, that's the fabrication one, isn't it? The fabricating version of the MDC and the MTC. That's also end of August. We've got the Origin M60, which has a final pass deadline of 22nd of September. So it could be a 4.11 release. I suspect at this time, looking at this, which I'm sure we've all made the same conclusion, the Auxilia, the MFC, the M60, the Gattac Hyun, and the RSI Skylark, they all have either August or September deadlines. So I'm expecting that to be when we see them. The Drake Marauder is 19th of October.
Into my ship.
Who is that?
Hello.
Hello. How on earth did you get inside?
Hey,
You
man.
teleported. It's an old bug.
Oh my god.
What on earth, Ciola? How did that happen then?
Oh.
Where were you?
I arrived into the area and poop, he was there. He was down at the trade.
I am not here by choice. I can tell you that.
Wait, you
scared the crap out of me.
you were in the Idris?
Holy crap. Okay. Well, later, guys.
No, hang on. Don't go jumping out. We're still in flight. What? How does that even happen? Yeah, Drake Marauder, 19th of October. Liberator, deadline for this is 26th of February next year. Currently behind schedule. I mean, take this with a pinch of salt. It sounds quite legit, but we can't confirm or deny it. But so that's not until next year. And then, of course, the Kraken deadline by the end of March. That's going to be for the IAE. No, sorry, for the Invictus Drake Con. And then, of course, the Constellation series. Constellations are getting a Mark V. The current versions, being Mark IV, will be gold standard with a deadline of 13th of October this year, which is interesting. Very interesting stuff. That's so funny. Scioli, I did wonder why the door was opening. All right, you're good to get off, Scioli. Can you even hear me, mate? That's so funny. He was literally down.
Hey.
Oh, how weird. Yeah, have a friend.
No,
have
I
a friend.
don't hear you at all.
How strange. You still hear me, Deke?
Yeah, I hear you. You hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
How about local?
I can hear Deacon, but not you. I don't know what that is.
Hang on a minute. Let me see what I've done here. I think.
VoIP is failing like always.
Nothing changes, right?
Yeah, that's
I'll
weird. They
reconnect
should
the
hear me.
audio channel.
You hear me in party, maybe, Cieli?
You hear me? You hear me in both channels, right? This is
Uh,
party.
yeah, I
This
hear
is
you.
local.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, there he is. Hello.
Hello. That was a bit weird.
Very strange.
I don't have party assigned. I just got local. Maybe that's the issue.
Oh, maybe.
If it wasn't
Yeah.
janky, it wouldn't be Star Citizen.
Absolutely.
Exactly. That's why I magically appeared without my choice. I was
Yo, Space
inside
Pumpkin.
someone's box looking at their helmets. And then
What?
all I see is black. I hear my character dying, and I and I see the inside of a C1. I'm like, what?
That is weird. That is very strange. I don't even know how that happened. So basically, Cioli was in the
It's an
Idris,
old,
looking in a
old
box,
that
looking at something,
magically reappeared.
and was literally teleported inside our ship.
I feel honored.
So weird. I mean, CIG, if you're watching, I don't know what that is or why it happened, but I'm telling you about it. Albright, how you doing? Oh, good, thank you. To
Could
come
you
from
imagine the security risk with that?
Oh,
If it
yeah.
was a pirate or something
Be crazy.
being teleported into your ship.
So you've
And you're
sent.
just coming to deliver like 20 million worth of cargo, and a pirate just zooms into your ship.
What's your handle, TJ?
Lovely.
Yeah, that would be kind of scary. Can VoIP be set to local only so you don't get global chat? You don't have a global chat VoIP. You just have either proximity or party. So if you're not in a party, you won't hear anyone in party chat. But VoIP proximity is up to about 50 meters. You don't hear like everybody, but you have keybinds for each, so you can speak. I can speak to everyone in the party wherever I am around the system, because we're all connected. But proximity is just proximity. Deacon, where are you? Where's he gone? Oh, there you are. Could you? He sent you a friend request. Could you invite Terra TJ the Citizen to the party, please, mate?
I already sent him an invite.
Oh, lovely. Thank you. He's sent you one. There we go.
If he was in a loading screen while I was sending it, he might have to go back to menu to accept it.
Oh, okay. You may need to go back to the menu, TJ, to accept it, because if you were loading in when he sent it,
System, CIG.
it would have just been badly timed. All right, let's get shopping. Void being inconsistent, get out of here. The teleporting gameplay prototype, it certainly could be. It's just very weird. Right, I'm gonna have a look around. So basically, if you're new to the channel, every fortnight on stream, we also hold it sometimes off stream and at night as well. Yo, Bob. Hey, Bob. We hold this Idris Trade post. You alright, Deke? Yo, face me.
Yeah, I was just about to say that the American one that is being held a little later is only the first weekend of each month, not fortnight.
Yeah, good point. Thank you. So yeah, there is one that is also held every, was that the first week of every month, you say? On a Saturday? The first Saturday of every month,
Yeah,
sorry, yeah.
first Saturday of each month.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, a nice one, TJ. So yeah, every Saturday at about 9 p.m. as well. This is just all. This one is open. The stream one is open to the public within reason. You know, we don't announce it to everyone, but if you want to come along, have a look, you're more than welcome to. But for the evening one, which is technically the American one for those in America, so that they get access to, you know, a trade meet like this, that is on a Saturday at 9 p.m. That is actually better for me outside of streams because that's when everyone goes to bed technically, and I'm able to just play if I want to play. So I tend to go to that one with my off-grid character, or I plan to anyway. And yeah, what it is anyone in the org can bring a box of goodies, or if you're not in the org, you can bring a box of goodies that you want to sell. You pay 5,000 to Joshua for renting the booth, or is it 4,000 now? I can't remember. And then you can essentially sell to other people or buy from other
5.
people. 5, thank you. And it's just a fun way of moving gear on that we collect, that we acquire, a way of making money that isn't just following missions or whatever, because certain things don't sell for a lot, whereas players would pay a lot more for them. Oh no, prices. So prices, this isn't for anything like UEX. It's basically face-to-face. A lot of it is based on trust, right? And if we hear that people are stealing and whatnot, then of course you're gone. But for example, I mean, I'll see if there's anything that I want and I'll buy it. But all these will be for sale. You just speak to the person whose booth it is. This is booth G06. They will then make, you know, they will tell you how much they want for it. You can negotiate for it. Some things go for cheap. Some things go for a lot, depending on what it is. But yeah, it really depends on what you're after. Sometimes you can find mission-related stuff. Sometimes you can find Wicklow favors. Sometimes you can find rare things or anything, you know. It's not necessary. You know, it's funny because I wouldn't call it practice for things like the privateer. It is essentially that, though. It is technically what that will offer, but in a more visceral, face-to-face manner. Because we trust each other, we're able to do that, where you don't need anything like escrow or a computer program to say, you know, you now have to pay this, and then you will get granted that, and once you've paid it, it'll unlock it for you. It is very much, you know, trust-based. It is like a flea market. Yeah, we used to call it, before we had it on the Idris, we used to call it, what do you call it?
We might have a server error again.
Oh, okay. We used to call it a star boot sale. And so it was star boot sale. Oh, what else did we call it? What other names did we come up with for our trade meet?
The SM Bazaar.
Oh, that's right, yeah. The SM Bazaar as well. Admiral, any
Also,
950 plus P8
when the
SCs?
demand is
I
higher
don't think
for
so.
an American one, it will also be upgraded to a Fortnite one. But what is it called? Attendees are not so high right now. So
True. Yeah, true. A flea frigate. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, by all means, Ares. Oh, seems to have recovered. I'll ask if anyone has any smibble. Welcome, by the way, mate. Does anybody have any low light scopes or any high quality sort of 950 plus P8 SCs? You move.
I've got the scopes for you, not the gun.
You do, Cioli. You got some high low light scopes.
Yeah, let me see which ones I've got for you. Hold on.
All right, nice one. Yes, Cioli might have some. You'll see what he's got essentially. But yeah, it doesn't sound like anyone will have any high quality P. Not that high anyway, but we'll have a look. I don't know if we have a lot of crafted items here. So we have a pristine UNE Unification War Medal.
I have a 4 times Tau Plus low light. It's the only one I've got.
So that's 4 times Tau Plus, correct? What was that? 4 times Tau Plus low light scope sight.
Yeah, it's a 4 times zoom.
Oh, okay. Thank you. All right, I'll let them know. Yeah, 4 times Tau 1 essentials. So yeah, here we got some pristine medals. If you're doing Wicklow stuff. Got some very high quality resources as well. Again, you make an offer. Whoever owns it. Watch it. When I was editing that video of our Hathor thing, the desync in that was just atrocious. Thankfully, it wasn't all the time, but from time to time, it was like. I'm actually on my main account today. So for my main account, I'm actually interested in buying some stuff. I don't even know how much I have. 890,000. Just if there's anything I'm interested in, I'll pick it up, you know. But we often come on Deacon and APOC, or Tony and APOC. We have our off-grid Twitch account where we often come in and do a bunch of selling ourselves.
It hasn't gone super well for our off-grid.
No. The game has been kicking back. But yeah, for my 9 o'clock one, for the 9 o'clock PM one, I'm going to be bringing some things to sell there, make my own cash as part of an episode as well. So look at all these helmets. Got the Tailwind one. But yeah, in a minute we'll just sit and chill and chat about Genesis, because there's a lot to talk about there. So excited. All sorts of stuff. I don't think any of it is crafted.
The inventory system is so slow.
It's very stable.
All different types of outfits and armors, and even the new Ninetales stuff. Look at this. Look at those boots.
Still waiting to get a box in my hand, please, server.
Yo, Power, how you doing? You trade mill components and rare armor and guns. Do you buy or just selling? We do buy on an individual basis, but in order to sell, you would need to bring your stuff here, pay for the booth, which is 5,000 creds, and then people are open to offer, you know, to make offers. But if there's anything that anybody wants, they will make an offer for it, you know. Jealous of the Golem Orcs? You thought they were supposed to be sold in game? 4.10, I think, Void. I think 4.10 is when those ships are becoming available in game. Yeah, I don't think any of these are crafted. Look at that white one, that's nice. Snowfire. Anybody got any crafted weapons for sale?
I think there's one over by the big, what is that, 06?
Oh, right, yeah.
1 SU?
What, is it the one on the floor? Right, okay.
Yeah. That way you can use your tracker beam to check them out.
Yeah. Well, you just use your inventory, potentially, shouldn't you? It sounds like a mixed bag, Mohawk. I haven't played 4.10 in a while, but it sounds like a bit of a mixed bag where some people are finding it really smooth, but others are having a lot of problems with it. People are shocked to hear that Starcitect, what, was part of the 4.11... Yeah, I mean, I was expecting it because it's part of Genesis. They said Genesis, with its first launch, will involve Starcitect. Maybe they're shocked about the Starcitect mission pack rather than just Starcitect in general, perhaps. So the steps to attend Essentials: send Deacon_Frost a friend invite. Not a party invite, a friend invite. That's his name, Deacon, DECAN_FROST. And then he will invite you to the party, and then you can come along and have a look. So let's see what's down here. Oh, we can't interact with them. Yeah, that didn't tell me, does it? It would be, I'm assuming if they crafted anything, it would be better to put it in the actual box. Just so that you can see the crafted goodness. Rather than putting them out there, because then you'll know they're crafted, right? But yeah, I'm not sure if any of these are crafted. Is this Shioli's stuff? Shioli, have you got any crafted weapons, mate?
No, crafting's like the one thing I've stopped bothering with for now.
Oh, fair enough.
No, I just got rare skins, that's all.
Alright, fair enough. What's the price on your Tau if Essentials wants it?
$1 billion.
They're not that rare, maybe like 20k or something.
Okay, thank you. So he's wanting 20k for it, Essentials.
Oh, wow, now the box ended up
But
in my hand.
not for you.
Wow.
If I get that correctly.
You what, see, Ollie?
Who wanted that scope? Was it you or someone else?
No, Essentials. He's thinking of jumping in to get one to come and grab. There he is.
Ah, okay. Oh, good. Oh, yeah. Whoa, you summoned him.
Yeah, he might like that price so much. Ooh. Oh, you have two.
Oh no! Suddenly it's 40k.
Two 960 quality Purgatory Camo Demicos and two 960 quality Mirage. Very nice. I'm not looking to buy myself, but I was actually asking for you, Smibble, if there was any other crafted weapons. But it turns out you are the weapon crafter. But yeah, it doesn't sound like we've got any crafted weapons. P8 SEs specifically. All right, let's sit down and have a chat about this stuff, about this Genesis stuff. Stick it. Oh, it's blocked. What on earth? Maybe we just need to adjust it. I don't need to sit down. It's all good.
Wow.
What?
It's a wee bit cold outside.
That's what happens when you don't wear a spacesuit and you just go running around in your civvies. Frosty. Your name's Frost, for crying out loud.
Yeah, but not minus 41 frost. That's a bit.
Yeah, it's a bit extreme. Yeah, we've been doing this for a while now because it just felt like a really good way of being able to offload our gear that we have bought, because back then we couldn't really sell much. The in-game shops weren't really buying anything, so it was a bit naff. And if they did, it wasn't for very much. So we started doing this where we just basically all landed next to each other in our own ships with our ship cargo holds facing in, and then we open the cargo bay. We maybe bring out some stuff, lay some big components down. People can walk around and buy, and it started flourishing. And then we just brought on the Idris because it's a lot safer. We can move it all around in bulk. If something happens, we're in an Idris. So yeah, it's very, very cool. Yeah, by all means, TJ. Yeah, you have to be part of the org for that one, Iron Horse, because that's 9 o'clock off stream. That's more of a private org one, I'm afraid. But oh, flipping heck, doing some spins there. Is that Moomin? It was doing some fancy spins.
Also asked the guests to join.
To do what? Sorry, you just cut off at that last minute.
Ask the guests to join Discord as well. It's an open channel. Everybody can join.
Oh yeah, good point. Yeah, you feel free to jump into Discord and join the !Discord. It's an open channel. You can join in on that one if you want to speak in that way. You can do it all in game, but VoIP being a bit temperamental, it's up to you, really. Rachel Marrow, welcome. So, let us talk about Genesis. Let me bring up the monthly report on my screen. No, the roadmap update, sorry. So
Give
much.
me a hug. I'm cold.
Bring me a coffee and I might give you a hug. He's given up. It's not worth it for him. Where is it? I'll just put some music on as well, actually, because that'd be quite pleasant. Turn it down for me, though. Don't need to be that loud. Right, Comlink. I have already covered this roadmap update in a video, but as I say, I'm working on a bigger deep dive into the whole Genesis stuff. So the first thing that was on the roadmap was Nyx 1, which is the first planet. We know Nyx has 3 planets. One genocide down, 1 to go. Oh, actually, yeah, thank you. Let's use that, APOC. Hang on, bear with me. Where's my stuff? That's not it. So let's go to get the game out of here. Bring this over. Where's it gone? There it is. Alright, we'll keep the sound off of it. So this is obviously just the Genesis stuff in the background. Nyx 1 is the first planet coming so far for the 4.11 release, which is around mid to end of September. So next month, we're going to be stepping foot in these biomes, these locations, all these biomes you're seeing here. Let's up the ante there. Hopefully we can do 1440. This is what we're going to be looking at. And we're talking many different types of biomes, from swamplands, forests, grasslands, marshes, rocky mountainous areas, deserts, with all that GPU, and a lot of it is GPU based. They're converting a lot of it now to the GPU to help with performance. So things like grass like that, having lush grass like that. Obviously, not everyone is likely going to be able to run it at that, but that looks pretty amazing. And something that was mentioned by Will Hain, who used to be the guy, river guy. He's now the basically planet guy. He's the one and he's not the only one responsible for it, of course, but it sounds like he's a big driving force in it with his with a lot of work that he's been doing. Didn't they say everything in this vid is on Nyx? But then River Guy said, yeah, that's true. That's a very good point, Zurich. Yeah. So, let me just run through what Will Hain said. This was on £10.42's stream, who is a YouTube content creator, well, a YouTube streamer, content creator, who does a lot of, like, PC hardware stuff relating to Star Citizen. So, he firstly said he won't spoil surprises around other planets, but be excited. Now, what he means by other planets, I assume he means Nyx 2, Nyx 3, maybe even, the planets of Stanton and Pyro. But nothing was specified. He says that the tech has turned out better than expected. The biggest focus at this time is now on performance, and as much as possible is being moved to the GPU, because most of it is CPU based, and it's obviously causing a lot of issues. Stability, performance, lag spikes, that kind of stuff. So they're doing a lot of moving of this stuff over to the GPU, but also doing a lot more work on it. So their focus is performance. At the moment, it's hard to compare to, I suppose, what he means, the old Planet Tech, or what we've seen previously, as it's not apples to apples. Now, he says there is no plan for version 6. I think we kind of knew this, but it's good to get a bit more information on it. Version 6 is not something that they're planning to do. Version 5 is essentially the release. I'm sure down the line we may see a version 6 post-launch, post 1.0, as a, we've updated the graphics, updated this, updated that. But right now, the next leap for Planet Tech would be just changing things like the height pipeline. So think about mountains and canyons. There will be mountainous areas, but they're not like to the extremities that you see at places like Grand Canyon. They want to get to that. They want to have these vast mountain ranges and so forth. But they're definitely bigger than what they are on Planet Tech 4 for Planet Tech 5. And that is, he says, the least touched part of version 5, though the offline part has changed significantly. Now, rivers are not coming with Nyx 1. There's new tech that could be used for rivers, but didn't make it in time for Nyx 1. So it could be that, sounds like what's happening is they've got better tech to use for rivers, even though their tech was pretty good, but, improved from when we first saw it. That will come later down the line. It wasn't ready for September. Most of the surface is ocean, at least according to the stat. Oh, I see. So there's still going to be water there, like we see in the videos, but they're not like individual rivers flowing. Yeah, I guess Castra will need to use it as well, Johnny. Yeah, for the high mountains. Welcome, mate. And also, you know, bear in mind that what we see and what we know about at this time is not the be all and end all of what they've developed. It sounds like a lot of this stuff they're still working on in the background, which is obvious, and improving things as they go. And finally, version 5 is not currently in Squadron and has been iterated in StarCitizen codebase. Personally, I wasn't expecting version 5 to be used for Squadron, as most of it is just set pieces that have been handcrafted. But I would have thought in terms of, like, performance and optimizations with this new tech, I would have thought they would have probably converted them just to be used that way. But I think a lot of the planets are potentially going to be backdrops in a lot of cases, with maybe specific locations you go to. But of course, with Squadron being a single player game somewhat on rails, it's not completely on rails, but you are in the military, so if you start deviating away to go and explore a planet, you will be called back, and if you don't come back, you will fail because you are going AWOL. So, and you know, and what we've noted, and what has been said multiple times throughout Squadron's development, is that it is very much handcrafted. Assets, locations, and so forth. A lot of it is shared, of course, but I guess locations specifically, a lot of that is bespoke. Not to say things like the Athiedo stations, we will probably see them in the verse at some point, but yeah, I guess for planets, they're sticking with the old stuff. Maybe Squadron Chapter 2 would be using version 5. I think partly it's they don't want to have to delay Squadron to get Planet Tech in. It would just probably cause problems there. Castro, how you doing? But that's all we have so far from Will Hain about it. Ivenic, welcome. But that is, you know, the fact that he says the tech has turned out better than expected is exciting, and that their focus right now is performance, making it as performance friendly as possible. And I really hope that when we do get them, they aren't going to be just completely destroying people's PCs. Part of me expects it, because that's what's happened when we've had pretty much any other release of from CIG. You know, like any other type of content we've had, it's in the PTU especially. By the time it goes live, it's generally optimized for, you know, running quite smoothly within reason. Depends on what we're talking about, but a lot of the time when we get a new asset or point of interest, it completely tanks frames to the point of being unplayable, and then by the time it releases, it's kind of, you know, chipped away there. Hook, how you doing? I'm thinking this year still, personally. No, I don't think terrorism. I mean, it might be, but not that I understand. Yeah, we know Odin and Vega are, but other than that, I guess it doesn't have to be the full planets. It could be just bespoke locations. They will definitely generate the full planet, because it is more optimized to do that than it is to opt to, you know, generate set locations. But I suspect you will be somewhat either taken down on rails or flying down from orbit, which is more likely. But if you start drifting too far from the AO, you'll be called back in. Well, we saw a cinematic of Terra, didn't we? In cutscene. Yeah, not gameplay. We've seen, like, snippets of them addressing, of, you know, the, is it the Senate? Maybe not the Senate. Far from it, Artex. Far from it, mate. I don't think they will. I think they will release it December. I don't think they need to worry too much about GTA 6, but hopefully after, you know, giving it a month, it could have settled down, but probably not. Yo, Wonko, how you doing? Yeah, I kind of feel the same way, Wonko. I feel like they, it's partly, as Apoc says, it's handcrafted. So it doesn't really matter about using Planet Tech because we're not exploring the planets, but also I think ideally they would want to use the new Planet Tech. But in terms of time frame, it's not really the best idea. Yeah, exactly, Rhino. You are going to be heavily restricted on where you can travel to, so there's no point in building out all this amazing planet locations for the sake of you're not going to ever see them. Are you not going to play GTA 6 till PC? I always have that I always have the GTAs as a PlayStation game, so that I can just enjoy it outside of sitting at my PC. Put that back on again while we're still talking about it. So yeah, Nyx 1 is coming. So far, that is all we're getting in terms of September and new planets of Nyx. Eventually, it'll be Nyx 2 and 3.
Not to get kicked for AFK.
Oh, sorry, I'm moving. Oh, hang on, where's it gone? Now, Starcitect, will come back to that. Genesis Planet Tech version 5. So Genesis is an umbrella, right? It is, no, I don't think they'll license their stuff, TJ. They could, but I don't think they will. Because, you know, they're going to keep on with their game, with this game, for many years to come. There is no need to. Yo, Sean, how you doing? Thank you so much, my friend. Does the face match the voice? Probably not, as Frankie would say. Yes, thank you, creepy disembodied voice. Yeah, we have defenses. I mean, we have an Idris as well. So, Planet Tech version 5. You've got Genesis, which is the name for this technology internally and lore-wise. So, Genesis is the in-game company who have come up with this new terraforming method that has allowed them to terraform Nyx 1, and future planets as well, I'm sure, with the other systems. Because when they started fleshing out the star map, without, you know, back then, procedural generated planets weren't a thing. They were all, like, fly down to location kind of thing, and a lot of them were not really inhabited or places that would be worth exploring, and they've kind of retconned a lot of that, and this is their way of explaining that out, right? Kapua, thank you for the follow. So, Genesis is the name of not just the in-game company that are responsible for the Planet Tech, for the terraforming, but also the internal name for this whole system. And within Genesis, you have many different technologies, like Planet Tech version 5, Starcitect, the population manager, dynamic weather, and anything else that they deem necessary. Planet Tech version 5 is basically how the planets are built, how they're, you know, the information that is held within them about soil type, temperature, all those stats and data that will then be plugged into things like the weather system that will determine why and when certain weather is happening based on realistic data. It is also the visuals of the planet, so how the assets look, how they're spawned. It's all the technology, it's all the sort of planet-specific information that is needed. And as it says here, emergent biomes driven by realistic physical properties, which again, all plug in. This is why their tech is so impressive, but it takes so long and it's so buggy at times, is because it's not just one thing to do this. It's one thing that will then plug into this other thing and this other thing and this other thing that has all sort of been built separately, but with the intention of making it all attach. So like elevation, like sea level, mountaintops, the weather will be different based on that information, based on the temperature and the humidity and the wind speed and all that kind of stuff. It also determines how and where plants and rocks are scattered, where they would make sense. So obviously, plant life would. Yo, Frozen, thank you for the follow. Plant life will compete with one another for light, for resources. And you will see these plants and flora grow according to the natural behaviors that you would expect. And rocks aren't going to be everywhere. Man, just obviously there will be rocks and clusters of rocks in places, but they're not going to be everywhere. We will be able to now, or soon, drive across planets without worrying about hitting every single bit. Yo, David, how you doing? The parameter. Yeah, what do you mean by parameter? Do you mean the sort of edge of space? There isn't one, technically, from what I understand. Yeah, you would just have to keep flying, but it would take you years. More than we have. So that's PlanetTech. It also has, they've reworked terrain shading across materials like sand, dirt, rock, and snow, and moving generation and spawning to the GPU. So that's one, you know, to take the pressure off the CPU, instead of generating and spawning these assets on the CPU, which is one of the reasons why it's such a CPU-heavy game, because it has to do that kind of stuff. They're moving it over to the GPU, which will be much better at handling that stuff. Of course, it will be dependent on your GPU versus CPU and so forth, but in most cases, CPUs will feel better, and GPU will offer the options for, you know, adjusting the quality level. But also, I'm really interested in seeing what all these assets, these materials look like. Like sand, for example. When they reimagine places like Daymar in Genesis, how will sand behave? The biome accumulation. This is something that will most definitely be coming in Genesis, I would think. Because we hear it for weather as well, like snow accumulation and so forth. But sand, dirt, snow, all this kind of stuff will accumulate on top of things if they're just sat still, or while you're walking around, or the vehicle. It may also age and degrade the item that's left out. So if you had a rifle and you threw it and left it outside on the floor in a sandy biome, the sand would wear it down, it would scratch the paint, it would look old. Based on the color of the sand as well, it will, you know, deform it and make it, not deform it, but change it, make it look old and worn, and likely misfire more.
Server crash today.
Another one, flipping it, yeah. So, and again, that all this kind of stuff, because they're using the GPU now, they can support denser environments, so places with more lush environments, you know, not having to cut down on trees so much.
Yes, it is.
Now, the population manager, this is, it says the primary goal of this is to load balance the server population and create inhabitants appropriate to their local environment, while enabling more complex interactions between agents being either NPCs or animals, you know, NPC or AI-driven agents,
add it to your list.
Focused on dynamic content. So what this is going to enable is, when we start seeing these settlements, which we'll speak about in a minute, you know, towns, villages, points of interest, farms, and all these sorts of things that may have cropped up on Nyx. The inhabitants, the NPC characters, the people who occupy those will have day-night cycles, so they will wake up, they will need to eat, they will need to drink, they will do something, get on with work or whatever, and they will be able to interact with each other as well, and offer missions, which we'll get to in a second. But also, when it comes to creatures, you're going to see creatures having the same kind of thing, where they'll have day-night cycles. They will have to hunt, they will search for food and sleep. And this will be, you know, you'll be wandering around finding these creatures in biomes that make sense to them. They will respond to you accordingly, be that in a threatening way or a defensive way. They will respond to each other, other creatures, other NPCs, and so forth. So you could literally just sit there and watch. It's basically, they're creating a simulation, aren't they? A world simulation that, even if you weren't there, technically, because, you know, bind culling would mean it's gone for you, but on the server it'll still be there. It's still going on. Everything's going on day to day. Things are happening, and that's very important. I need a wee. So let's just put it back on that for now and do a little wiggle.
And we're back.
Terror! He's coming, his big old Atlas. Hello, mate. Welcome, Terror. Was that a wave? What's he doing? What's he up to?
The best tool to steal everything we got.
Yeah. We'll watch him. Yes, no more 24-hour shifts. Kasaba. Right, I need a wee. Back in a sec. Yeah, I probably won't spend $100 on GTA 6. I'll probably just get the base game. I don't like getting all the extra stuff because it feels like I like you know me. I like my grind. How you doing, Terra? Samson, welcome.
Come again?
It's been a long while since VoIP has worked for me.
It's also just a matter of time before it crashes. So yeah, it is what it is. You need the yellow skin for your atlas, so it matches your uniform, Jared. I think it's like $2. It shouldn't be too expensive.
Actually,
There we
yeah, you can keep me right. I put microphone settings.
Wouldn't you run out of fuel? What's this? Sorry. Oh, sorry. Welcome, by the way, Alex. I'm missing chat. Are we talking about as in Genesis? Yeah, I honestly think that this Genesis Planet Tech will be pretty much industry leading when it comes along because of how much detail and depth they're going to for it. And the funny thing is, this is just for the planets, right? Which obviously are a big deal. I'm not like dumbing them down, but it's a space game as well. So the fact that they're going to that much depth for planets, where's it going to go for everything else, right? Which one's that, Artex? Oh, yeah, I'm hoping to see a lot more optimizations and improvements as time goes on for Genesis. But I do feel like it'll initially be quite a big slap in the face in terms of performance when it comes along, because it won't have had it'll have had optimizations, but it still needs a lot more, of course. But here's hoping, right? Here's hoping that they've got it solved. But yeah, we'll see. That's why I'm desperately trying to get this CPU before that happens and get set up as well. So, yeah, that's the population manager. Next is starcitizen. Now, starcitizen has a lot going on for it. There's a lot to it. Jedi, welcome. It's not just points of interest. It's missions. And points of interest, but also the technology inside, underneath that is what controls all that stuff. So starcitizen is a procedural world-building system that automatically scatters sectors and clusters, so we'll get to that in a second, but points of interest basically across planetary bodies, whatever that, like Nix 1, Nix 2, while constructing locations from modular tiles and all the assets that they have generated for places of interest. using Genesis data to identify suitable placement for game objects. So it makes sense. Starchitect introduces a new workflow for populating planets and building large-scale locations across an expanding universe. Now, what this means is it could just be a single farm being placed in this location based on the resources in that location, or they might be beneficial for the creatures that live there, and it's, you know, an individual NPC that lives in this place, farms these creatures, and has his day-to-day, you know, work jobs and things, and may offer missions that are like, I can't leave the farm, I need to go and get this stuff, can you go and find me some Heart of the Wood mushrooms, for example. But then it also applies to things like sectors and clusters. So a sector is, or was it a cluster? I think it was a cluster's the smallest, isn't it? A cluster is a group of things. Like it could be a distribution center with fobs, distribution fobs, or a mining base with caves and storage. So points of interest that sort of cluster together to create an array of different building types and assets. I think caves are part of this rather than natural things being generated by the planet tech. I think it is more of a Starchitect thing for caves, because they need to make sure that these caves are where they're supposed to be. And so you will see, it's kind of like, if you look at Jackson Swap, and the areas around there, that's a perfect example of a cluster where you have the main settlement, another smaller settlement being Sunset Mesa, or, you know, equally sized settlement, and then caves and outposts where residents live and drink and do stuff. That is essentially what a cluster is. So you might look at it, and if you pan out, you will see that there are maybe 30, 40 points of interest in that one area. And then drawing back to what a sector is it's multiple clusters within the same sort of area or proximity. We are still talking hundreds of, you know, kilometers apart in some cases, but as you pull out, you can have literally thousands of points of interest on a planet. You've had the best deal posted in the marketplace. Yes, I noticed that. Have you had any takers?
Dance for me.
You keeping tabs on my movement. No, I won't. I refuse.
Yep. I got the timer running on you.
I tell you what. We'll come back in game. But I still need the timer though. In fact, we're coming back out of the game again.
Yeah, that's kind of my job, isn't it?
Yeah.
And coffee about in 45 minutes, right? Right?
Make that 10. 10 minutes is good.
Oh, you tired today? What happened?
4-year-old. Right, let me find what I'm looking for here. Not that. It'll be Citizen Con. No, it's not that one, is it? Oh, hang on. Let me try and find it. What's going on here? Oh man, my PC really struggles at times. So I'm looking for Star Citizen. What's the name of the stream where they showed off Starchitect? What was the name of it again? Without me having to go and find it. Brave New Worlds. Thank you, Flood. Okay, so Brave New Worlds. Previously searched? What a surprise. Alright. So, funnily enough, 33 minutes in, where are we up to here? About 44 minutes. Just as Ian is finishing his presentation. Because I've just watched it. Oh, man. Ravel, how you doing? Road to 1.0, sorry. What's that? Oh, thank you, APOC. So we'll kind of do this a little bit frame by frame. These are the other biomes, by the way, that Sebastian was showing off. This was you know, a year ago when they were discussing it. Yo, Ariel, not to derail, but I had an idea for an in-game grind that I would make an immersive and fun, and perhaps was intended originally, maybe to discuss in another stream or something. By all means, let us know, Ariel. Absolutely. Tell us what you know. What kind of cost should I calculate with for a PC setup? My advice is I think AMD is the way to go for a CPU. First and foremost, 3D cache. So I would say 7800 being kind of a good minimum. Or I mean, I don't know what the 5800 is like. Zimbab, thank you for the follow. 3D cache version. That might be enough. But GPU... Oh, man. It really depends. Like, we don't know at this point. I honestly cannot give you an answer because, firstly, I don't know a lot about this stuff. But secondly, we haven't got it yet. We don't know how optimized it is. We don't know what its performance is like.
We're back.
You're right. Oh, wait, has that been another thingy? It's... At the end of the day, you just get the best you can. 3D cache, whatever GPU you can get, but we'll see what it's like when it comes along. It could be pretty well optimized, it might not be, but we should have a lot more options exposed to us for graphical settings, which will allow us to adjust accordingly to make it work better for each of us. You know, obviously the higher quality PC you have, the more you can ramp up those settings to ultra, very high, and, you know, £10.42 will probably do a lot of videos talking about what to adjust where to make it playable, right? But until we get it, I wouldn't even want to say, because budget has a lot to play in it, and we don't know, as I say, how optimized it will be. But these are some really early, we'll just let these run for a little bit, because these are really early, well, not really early, only a year ago, concepts, or in-game, you know, work in progress, white box assets of jungles, redwood forests, I think that's this one, is it? And swamps. That was my guess at which vid had stag. Oh, sorry, Road. I get you. Thank you for helping anyway. But yeah, Starcitect is gonna be a big deal for Star Citizen because it's what creates content. Now, if you've ever played any Bethesda game, be that Fallout, Elder Scrolls, even Starfield, obviously their maps are quite big, but a lot smaller than a planet, you know, a Star Citizen planet, like a hell of a lot smaller. And so their assets are closer together, their points of interest are closer together. You can walk down the streets of Fallout 4 and bump into many different points of interest and go explore them. Now, it's not quite going to be to that level, right? It's not going to be like fully, you know, big towns. Well, actually, it kind of is. It's not going to be, you know, a whole planet isn't going to be like a Fallout 4 environment where you're walking around and everywhere you look, there's something to go and explore. It's going to be spread out. But as you get to a town, as you get to a village that's been crafted by Starcitect, you will have the different residents, the different shops, the different points of interest within that area that offer missions. And these locations could offer hundreds of missions, right? Where you can literally land, as it says here for the mission pack, implementing a new sandbox missions across sprawling planetary locations designed to keep players planetside for longer with focus on more localized objectives. So the idea being is, and this is something CRG have been wanting and pushing for a long time, is when you go to a location or when you spawn in at a location, planetside or land or whatever, you're not constantly taking on a mission and having to fly millions of gigameters to get to the mission marker or to get to a new mission. You can arrive and land in a little settlement and stay there for days, if not weeks, maybe renting a room or living out of your ship, doing all sorts of missions for the residents. And it also mentions that these missions, where does it say it? Will support a wide variety of mission archetypes and gameplay loops. So things that we already have, like mining, salvaging, harvesting, maybe engineering and bounty hunting eventually, base building even. Anything and everything they come up with will be offered at these sorts of locations, based on the location. Like, you won't go to a mining outpost and technically do some salvaging. You may, but it'll be more like, you know, we have some mining jobs for you. Yeah, 32 gig will help. 32 gig is really the minimum you want to be in terms of RAM for Star Citizen. The higher the better, really. The more you give it, the more it'll use. Support experiences like this. What are we looking at here? Hang on. You're flying and exploring Nix 1 and suddenly, imagine we are playing on the planet like Nix 1. You're flying casually over a remote farming settlement, and out of nowhere, a dynamic contract pops up on your screen. Local farmer needs a transport contractor. It's a simple quest chain. The farmer asks you to transport his harvested goods to a nearby space station and bring back a haul of fertilizer to keep his fields growing. Yeah, absolutely. Once you land back at the farm, the NPC recognizes your effort. Hey, you seem like a reliable, capable pilot. Could you help me clear out the pack of Copians that... Yeah, absolutely. This is exactly how I see it playing out. You've got all these mission archetypes we have now, and more that are being built, based around different game professions that you can take on. And it will have multiple lead... And this could be one individual, let alone multiple individuals at the same location, right? Without reading it all, my apologies. But yeah, that's exactly what we're thinking. Like basic missions that people can feel a part of. Like, I would love to just like rock up to a farm like that in my Auxilia or in my off-grid Clipper or whatever, and go and see the person living there, or to a town and rent a room in one of the places and be asked to do multiple jobs time and time again. Heading out, doing a job, coming back, getting another job, earning a living, earning reputation. Yes, yeah, exactly. As Apoc says, that is exactly what it means. That's what the mission pack is for. That's what Starcitect will allow for, because Starcitect will give you the points of interest where these residents will live with the population manager, and they will offer you missions. So this is why it's such a big deal, because it expands the game to, in terms of depth. It's not like, you know, it's not just an ocean of a game. It's an ocean and a puddle. Is that how it goes? What's the term for that kind of stuff? Yeah, I mean, I don't know if, you know, what the hell are people doing in there? Vile, how you doing? I'm not saying, like, in the initial drop of Genesis, we're going to be able to go to a settlement and rent a room. It is something that will most certainly come later down the line, but whether that kind of thing is possible with the first drop of Genesis is unlikely, because it requires a lot more other stuff to make that happen. Otherwise, we would probably be able to log out somewhere in game elsewhere anyway. You can still
move again.
Thank you. You can still log out in your ship and live at this location in your ship, of course. That's possible. But I don't think initially we're going to be able to, you know, go to a farmer and say, can I rent a bed? But one day. Yeah, I guess some of them would have medical centers. We have med beds in places like bunkers now. So I would be very surprised if these locations don't have some form of medical rooms or hospitals, maybe not to the extent of hospitals. Now, the thing that I am really interested in about Genesis, I kind of have two questions. Welcome, Vile. Yeah, I'm doing great, thank you, mate. Two questions I have. Yo, Vega. Yes, it certainly loves VRAM. That's it. Vast as an ocean, deep as a puddle. No, wait. Is that correct? Yeah, sorry, yeah. So a lot of games are vast as an ocean. Star Citizen has a bit of that, but this is where they're building it out, so that it is also as vast as an ocean, but also as deep as an ocean. It has tons of stuff. What I would find interesting, if you could stay for that long at a certain area, would be like a Thane system in Skyrim. A Thane system, what do you mean? You could literally pick a location, planet side, and stay there forever, if you so wanted, provided you can get sustenance and maintain your gear. There is no reason why you need to leave, aside from your own boredom and yeah, maybe running out of systems if that's not part of the mission to go and bring some more. But yeah, my two questions are, number one is, how populated will Nyx 1 be? Because it needs to be balanced accordingly to the lore, but also provide enough content that they want. It's a bit like, the way I sort of look at it is, originally jump points were supposed to be small, medium, and large. And then with obviously getting Pyro after like 10 years of development of the next system, they didn't want to restrict that to what it was in the lore originally, being like a small or a medium, and then big ships just can't get through to the new system that we've been waiting for so long. So they just said, we're doing away with that for now, or we're doing away with that. It's just, you know, it'll open up to the size of the ship. Now, I'm not expecting them to go back. Part of me thinks they may, but with the system right now opening the size of the wormhole base on the ship, it could just be, you know, explained. So they may not go back and have different sized jump points. I wish they did, because it's kind of a cool factor and it determines what route you might take, but I'm getting carried away. My second question, which we'll talk about the first one in a bit more, my second question is just how fast can they use Genesis technology to create a full system? You've got, what was it? Is it Starred? I can't remember the name of, it's changed a few times, but they have a Solid or something like that, a solar system generation tool, which will then create the layout of the system and determine what will be found in it, asteroids and so forth, and resources. And then they use Genesis to create the planets and the moons, all the celestial bodies that are found in that system. Now, you know, back in 20, whenever it was, 15 maybe, 14, end of 14, we're going to start generating planets procedurally. So the original vision of 100 systems at launch with hundreds of...
Snowing softly outside.
Oh, nice. With 100, with more celestial bodies, went out the window because the planets are no longer 1 to say 5 landing zones that you're taking down on rails to explore, and then you come back up again, basically Starfield. So the idea of 100 systems at launch went out the window completely. Anyone around at that time was like, fair enough, we'd rather the procedural generated version, let's do that. Of course, nowadays people are like, still, even if they weren't around back then, quoting the 100 systems at launch stretch goal or whatever it was, as if that was just, you know, that should be fact and whatnot. But yeah, now the procedure generating, they needed to find a way to get to that 100 and beyond, because at some point they will get to the 100 systems with all the planets and moons that are needed, and I don't think they'll stop there. They will probably continue on if people are still playing the game, but let's say 100. People still say 100 systems for 1.0, really? Oh boy. So yeah, one of my biggest questions is how fast, and there's no answer yet, I can guarantee you, but how fast can a full system be created using their solar system tool and Genesis, with all the things that attach to it, to then launch to us? And today, it'll be probably years. By 1.0, we might be talking months after they've proved out Genesis a lot more. They could reduce that into less than months because it's procedural, so if they get all of their things working properly, it could be a lot quicker. So this suddenly this vision of going back to 100 systems is still true, just not at launch, of course. So Yeah, this is the answer to that. This is the how they're going to do it at a reasonable rate, but keep that depth and keep that quality without, taking, decades and decades and decades, or losing the quality, losing that depth, and just throwing them out there like any other procedurally generated game. Yeah, exactly. I look at Starcitect, and I look at Starfield, and I've said this before, and many others have as well. Starfield is pretty much the premise of what Star Citizen was going to be back in 2012, but single player. If Starfield was an online MMO, it would essentially be what Star Citizen was going to be in 2012, or what they planned to make. If they do get planetary generation and population down to a mathematical science, perhaps they can create more systems and planets. Exactly that, Albright. Exactly what we're talking about, yeah. And it is a question of how fast will that be able to be done. And as tech advances and they optimize it and they improve it, that time frame will just keep reducing, right? Oh yeah, space stations. I mean, that's a 1.0 feature. Space stations are a 1.0 feature. Pretty crazy. Can't wait for the full Nick system. Also, hope we get pyro flare. Yeah, pyro flares. I'm glad I experienced that when I did, but we need that back. It would be so fun.
4th server crash.
Flipping heck, what is going on? Oh my lord. Yeah, this I'm pretty much done with 4.9 right now, if I'm honest. I don't really care for playing it anymore. Outside of organized org events like this, but even now, like, it was a miracle that Hathor org event went as smooth as it did. Having less than 4 is already a massive universe to explore. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, and this is why the depth with Starcitect and things like that is equally important. Like, it doesn't matter if we have 100 systems if they're not populated with things to do. It's a bit like, you look at Elite Dangerous and how it boasts 400 whatever illion system. Like, who cares? Honestly, who cares? I'm not going to get to see them all, and they're mostly empty anyway. It's such a pointless boast, right? But not that I'm shitting on Elite. For people who play it, I'm sure it's a great game. I'm just using it as an example. But yeah, already, like, let's say when Nix 1, 2, and 3 come in, they redo Stanton and Pyro. That would be, with all this Genesis stuff, that would be a huge amount of stuff to get on with. That could be a game in itself. But the fact that they're going to keep going, we're going to have 5 systems for 1.0 with multiple planets and moons, missions, locations, points of interest, gameplay, content, all multiplayer, all without loading screens, all blah, 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 blah. Heard it all before. That is going to be, base building, space station building. Sorry, I keep going. That is going to be phenomenal. Let alone anything else they build on top of that, right? But of course, we need to get the now working, right? That's the point. And as much as I would rather they just sort of build the game, don't worry too much about the now, get all the stuff in so that when it comes to then optimizing and bug fixing, the majority of the stuff is there and it's easier to do. I'm still grateful that they do optimize and bug fix now, because I thoroughly enjoy playing. So for me, it's very much a bit of a balance. I don't want them to do either or. I want them to do both, preferably as quick as possible. It is, TJ. The scale in terms of just sheer size is not necessarily unchallenged, but the detail, the depth, and the scale is all at once. Not to mention without loading screens. All online, together, in, like, you can go from one massive ship to a tiny ship, to a planet, to a cave, to a prison, to a moon. It's mind-boggling. And that is, a lot of people say, how do I have so much patience and so forth? It's because of what they're trying to do. I have seen enough to know, and played enough and experienced enough to know that they will get there and it's worth holding on for. But it is important to balance that. How much am I playing right now versus, you know, the quality, not the quality, but the current experience. Ridge 6, how you do? Do you think they'll surprise us with Castor at the end of the year? I don't, personally, no. It would be cool, but I don't think so. What they could do is, end of year, here's Castor, we're going to do, like, if at all, it would be, here's Castor with no planets, we're going to do the same thing we did with next year. But I doubt it. I just don't think that place would work the same because it doesn't have, like, a Levski. So I'm expecting Nyx will be fleshed out with Genesis planets. Maybe some more professions, a lot of ships.
Have you been in?
No, but I have now. Thank you, mate. But I could be wrong. You know, of course, I'm just an opinion. I don't know. MK, how you doing? Yes, the quality-quantity debate is important. And thankfully, we've kind of struck it right with CIG and Star Citizen because they're trying to do both as best they could, best they can. Yeah, Elite is an ocean deep, ocean wide, sort of deep. Wide as an ocean, deep as a puddle. Someone has just come through my gate. It's probably a delivery driver. Don't know. I doubt we're getting robbed, though. Castro mentioned. Interitus, you're just on the edge. On the edge all the time. Yes, they're cooking. They're cooking. And if we had no evidence of bugs being fixed or work being done, then sure, I would be just as annoyed as everyone else who is, you know, annoyed. But I see the evidence. I play the evidence. I know what is possible, and I'm enjoying it, and that is enough for me. That's, you know, that's my stance on it. So, yeah, that's why I have patience. That's why I don't get too overly frustrated about stuff. I still get very annoyed and pissed off when the game doesn't work, but I take a break. Foran, good morning. How you doing? Direct welcome. Did I say hello to you yet? As a non-player yet, was part of one free fly event. It just dropped my jaw to the floor. Well, I'm glad it worked all right for you, because for some people coming in for the first time, I don't think it does. Look at how, just look, I don't know if you can see it on screen, but look at how the top of the screen has become like a fabric banner. I don't know if you guys are seeing that. It might be screen tear. Let me just... Or screen burn. I should probably move. Anybody want a coffee?
Always.
It's crazy to try and wrap your brain around everything Star Citizen is actually doing. It is. And I think it gets so... forgotten. And, you know, I'm not saying they haven't made mistakes. They absolutely have. And will continue to. But they change. They... you are... What? Yeah. Yes?
What did I say? 45 minutes till your coffee, and it is now 48.
You're joking. It feels like it's been longer than that.
No, I'm not.
I asked for one 20 minutes ago.
48. No, I'm not.
Ugh. I have to get my own coffee around here. Yeah, there is... Welcome, Chumpo. Another reason why I am here
Chuck one over the pond.
still is because there is nothing like Star
turn
Citizen.
around.
Even
Look
with
outside.
all the bugs, even with all the 30Ks and all the problems. Beautiful. There is nothing like it. And experiencing these
Look at those
experiences...
In
So
between the
nice.
valley.
Yeah, experiencing these kinds of experiences they're just not had before. So I'm sticking to it. But I get people who feel angry towards the game. I get it. I just don't feel it myself. I don't, you know, I read every day the work they're doing, and as much as for some people, they might not believe it. And I get, you know, patch after patch, the same bugs come back, but that's not because they don't know what they're doing or the game is completely broken. It's because they're still working on the foundation and still working on other things. Not to say that there isn't a lot of shitty code in there that needs to be sorted, and they absolutely should have kept up with that from the beginning, 100%. Tech debt should have been maintained from the very beginning, but they didn't. And now they're having to go back and do all this sort of stuff. So, yeah, it's... I don't want to just ditch the game because I'm having bad experiences, because to me I've had enough good experiences that it's worth it. Anyway, starcitizen. Let's keep talking about starcitizen. So, and I forgot to speak about this stuff. Ice, how you doing? Yeah, Castra 2027, I reckon. Ooh, Pike's Place, sitting around. Very nice house and all. Pour me a cup, mate. Let's just reel off what kinds of points of interest you think or would like to see, because something I struggle with is my imagination when it comes to other potential points of interest. Oh, it's snowing. And, for example, the ones that they listed were... I think Lavat's is what I use. Wacker is online, but still no message of the day yet. Thank you. We'll see what's said. This is Microtech, I think, running. I'm not sure exactly where on Microtech. We don't tend to divulge our location, but... yeah, there are some great machiners out there. Who is the one that does my favourite one? Is it Dead Parrot? I can't remember now. Where they have like, alright, shell. So mining outposts, they will be close to resources and close to water as a suggestion. They'll have mining buildings, houses, power buildings. Also, cheers. Also, don't forget that a lot of these buildings, well, all of these buildings within reason, will use the engineering system, which needs a lot of work, to be fair, but they will have power. You will be able to sabotage that power. You'll be able to cut the power to it, the battery, destroy them. They may have defenses. Something that I actually mentioned in the video that I'm working on about Genesis that has been answered, but I can't remember where it was answered. Was it Will Hain? Was to do with the locations. To do with the outposts not being modern. I'm sorry, not being old. Where did I read that? Because I was thinking about the... oh, sorry, it's actually in what he said. Outposts are new and not in the style of pyros. So what he's saying there, and it's something that I was wondering myself, well, not wondering, but assuming, was because they've kind of planted the seed a while ago, CIG, saying that the Nix 1 has been in terraforming process for about a couple of years now, and gangs and people are building there, technically. Zaylong, how you doing? Oh, I don't know, but we've had like 4 or 5 server errors in a row. Yo, Blind, how you doing? What was I saying?
4 so far.
4, okay. Yeah, so there is already a population growing on Nix 1 because it is, you know, a planet that people can settle now. Now, that was them planting the seed to say that although Nix 1 is a brand new planet, technically, there is still going to be people there, right? It can't be completely barren, which wouldn't make sense, but it also can't be fully populated with, you know, thousands of clusters and sectors and whatnot, because there isn't enough time to build that much. Jay, what are you doing? But the people that are there, they are building, and what they are building is new in style. It's new. I guess they will probably be new designs completely in terms of architecture, but they won't look like, they will look like new buildings because they've only been around for less than 2 years. So that's kind of what we're going to see. We're not going to see these old, derelict, decrepit ruins from centuries ago. It is all going to be modern structures. And I suspect we will see things like, you know, mining outposts, modern mining outposts. Again, not the same architecture as Pyro. Perhaps reusing some player-based assets. What do you mean?
30.
Yeah, I guess things like volcanoes, canyons, springs, rivers. These are all things that will likely be tackled later down the line. Not for the initial drop, from what I'm gathering. Yeah, if only they weren't, Johnny. So yeah, I suspect we will see mining outposts from companies that are and prospectors, individual prospectors that are going down to try and mine the resources there, which is where we might see mining buildings, houses, storage, power, you know, all the different things you would expect. Farms will be there, based on the actual soil type and quality of the location, and the temperature in that location will determine what crops you're going to see grown there and how good they grow. Well, we will be using the assets that they provide us for base building. We're not going to be able to sort of freeform build. We're going to be using the same kinds of blueprints or designs as what we see at these locations. And what I suspect we'll see is a lot of variation to the types of architectural styles that we have available. And you might get rewarded with them, you might be able to buy them. You go somewhere like, let's say, Castra 1, and you could get a different architectural style blueprint from there that, provided you can get the materials that is needed to craft that building to where you want to craft it, you can then build it. But the resources might be quite abundant in Castra 1 because that's where that architectural style started. Castra mentioned. So I'm sure, like, you know, day one of base building isn't going to be as vast with architectural styles that, you know, that are available, but as time goes on, they will grow. So it'll be a case of you get the blueprint that you want for that building, you put that into your base building ship, you then make sure you have all the resources that are required to go into that, and then you can craft it. But the designs will be predetermined by CIG with a whole slew of different architectural designs from around the verse, even alien locations. As long as you can get those resources to the planet, there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to build them there. You can take out some UEE imperialists, Gene, if that's what you fancy. Maybe the UEE will build a FOB or some form of installation there. Not necessarily to take on the Moraine or the Shattered Blade, though, but because of the Vanduul threat. I don't think they're too concerned about local gangs. In their head, they're probably like, this is the People's Alliance problem. They can deal with that. We still don't own this system. But with the threat of Vanduul, which I'm sure into 2027, we'll see storylines coming along where, you know, involving the People's Alliance, involving the Moraine, any other gang, and the Vanduul attacking outposts, and missions are there to go and protect the residents and so forth. I can almost guarantee it. If they're if you know, they've told us that the Vanduul are jumping through to Nyx. Suddenly there's a planet there. The UEE need to protect that front because the UEE is in threat, and ideally they would be, you know, protecting or having fights in systems that are not part of their own world, that would make sense. So that would be nice. So abandon humans to death because of arbitrary... Yes. It's not the first time, is it? But yeah, they probably would, but I actually don't think they will. I think what they will do is, like you say, it's kind of establish some form of foothold in the system, but also have the civilian defense force and so forth going in and fighting back. And yes, eventually the Vanduul on foot, 100%, fighting face to face with them. Have there been any hints on persistent bases, i.e. how will CIG tackle all these bases popping up and how will they... Do you mean player bases? So, player bases will be regionally based. Yo, Bear Normal. Where... Yo, Philip. It's not cold. It's cold here, but not where I am. So, for example, if you build a base on European server 010, that is where that base is. Any other server or any other region will show you that base. You'll see it physically there, but you won't be able to interact with it. And if you wanted to raid it, you would have to be on the same shard or server, whatever it is, that it was built on, and the owner has to be in the game at the time, otherwise, you know, to get an alert that it's under attack. Otherwise, you won't be able to attack it. That's last we heard. Whether they change their minds on that, or they develop different technologies or whatever to allow that to expand or not expand, is yet to be seen. So, for farms, there are farm buildings, power for the buildings, housing, there are creatures, you know, animals there. They are certain assets that we will find there. There's also, you know, derelict ships are going to be places or points of interest that we will find with Starcitect. So, for example, there might be a base, like a cluster where there is an enemy gang hideout, and around there you may start to see a lot of crash sites, pre-placed or hand-placed, which, you know, design-wise they should look pretty cool, like they've been already absorbed by the world, or not after, you know, not for too long, but maybe in mountains as well, because they might have crashed into the side of the mountain due to bad weather, and from there you might go and explore them, find some cool stuff. But that's another example of an asset. So yeah, what they mentioned back then was what's missing from all these kinds of locations are tighter stories, logical exploration, more data control, and narrative development, which is exactly what this other tech is doing, like Starcitect. As we know, the narrative team have been working on that quite a bit. So, let me just see if there's anything else to mention about Starcitect. Oh my good lord, I'm just sweating. It is a gamer's dream, and that's why I've stuck around so long, because it's the dream that I want. And it's, to me, as much as the development of Star Citizen and what we're playing has been up and down a lot, the actual premise of Star Citizen is exactly what I've wanted for years, and I know they will get there, and it's only gotten better. The idea of it has only improved, and so far we've seen static meshing come along. We will see eventually dynamic and, well, Genesis first. Hopefully it all goes smoothly, but I doubt it. Yeah, sorry, Blind. 2 hours in, mate. Is the Nyx threat still active on live, or would it be back through soon? The Nyx threat, what's that? But yeah, this is why I'm far more excited for Genesis than I am base building, space station building, server meshing. To me, this is like, and the fact that we're getting it next month, but this is what allows all that to happen, in a way. Not server meshing, but you know, without Genesis planets, we don't have base building. So it kind of enables that. But yeah, the points of interest, Architect points of interest was the other one. It said implementing new ground locations owned by various factions, offering a variety of procedurally generated combinations of buildings, building compositions, and these will support a variety of mission archetypes and gameplay loops. So yeah, and then of course they will go back and do the old stuff, which not a clue when. As I say, that's one of my questions. When are we going to see those planets get resolved, like updated? When are we going to see the new microtech? My personal expectation right now is just Nyx 1, 2, and 3 for the end of the year, or by the end of the year, and then for next year, I don't know. It's either going to be Castra mentioned, or Stanton, or Pyro, or Stanton Pyro, or if the technology is capable, Castra, Stanton, and Pyro. And maybe Terra. I doubt it. But yeah, it really depends on just how fast it expands. Oh, Xeno Threat. Yeah, they're still available, aren't they? The mission. You just want to fly and sleep in your sheep. And land on a beautiful place and log off. Yeah, absolutely. I'm in this. I feel the same way. For me, my plan is when 411 comes along is make a beeline for the planet, and just stay at the planet and just explore. I will land wherever I find that looks cool, get out of my ship, walk around and see what there is, see how it feels, see what's different, see if there's any creatures or you know, what the biomes are like, what the weather might be like. And then from there, I will then take off and go and land somewhere else, maybe drive around a bit, maybe check out some points of interest. Yeah, I'm just going to live planetside. And with the org, we're kind of going to do a similar thing, but with more defined purpose, like maybe check out, like do science stuff, learn about the environments, learn about the biomes. See you, buddy. Oh shit, I'm thirsty.
Hey Mac, you don't want any Wicklow skins, do you? I got two. I'm desperately trying to lose.
Wicklow skins? What are those? Can I get a bottle of water though?
Jungle Camo, Cobalt Camo, Quartz SMGs. They're no longer
What?
part of the
What?
How much you want for them?
Going 200k.
In the box here, Ryan.
5, 4.
Thank you.
3.
No, I'm all right. You go for it, mate. Thank you.
Put pressure on me. Ah, okay.
Oh, I nearly died. I nearly died because I wasn't paying attention to my my liquids. Look at me. I'm dying. Yo, Dendra. For science. Oh, that's better. There we are. Yeah, I mean, APOC's got big plans. I am very excited to see what his plans are for our org operations when it comes to... all right, fine. For Genesis. Truly, truly excited to see that. Watch out, Binks!
Yeah, hit Binks right in the face.
Yeah, nearly got him there. Yeah, blurry vision. I was getting super thirsty and a bit hungry, but it wasn't the hunger that was causing the problems. Yeah, SMB Org we're called. Just exclamation org, and you'll find us if you're wanting to join and you know, check out exclamation Discord as well. Yeah, we will definitely do a lot of expeditions down to the planet.
Teleported next to me. Oh.
Where?
Well, you were standing over there, and then whoop, you were next to me. Okay.
Oh, I think we might be having a server error. Oh, suddenly no, I'm able to throw the bottle right on board. Just turn this music off for now. Flipping it, where'd that go? Oh, I think I just put it in my bag. Yeah, alright. I just put it in there. That's good. That's right, I found it. That is exactly what they're designing this stuff to do, Foran. Oh, that's full again. That's weird. Is that the bug? The exploit bug. But yeah, that is exactly what Starcitect is going to do. It's going to provide content at one location, planet side, where we don't feel the need to leave for however long we want to stay for, you know. There we are, thrown away. Got a laser. In this heat, my liquid alarm is constantly flashing no matter how much I drink. Oh, I need a wee, and then I'll be back. But yeah, you know, as much as what we've been shown and what we get will certainly differ to some degree. Visuals probably more than anything, because we haven't really seen much by way of mission content and how many missions there will be. It's still going to be fascinating to see just how vast Starcitect and Genesis just create content. I'll have my thoughts on Stingray in a second. Let me just have a wee. Good grief, I'm sweating. The chair will take you to Castra. So yeah, I kind of like the look of the Stingray. I'm interested to see what it's going to be. It looks like it could be some form of, kind of like the Eclipse. Or it might just be a fighter of some form, but looks kind of cool. So engaging, rewarding, and a feeling of progression, and dare I say, it mattering locally with visible, persistent change. I hope so. I really hope that, especially as Nyx 1 is a new system, a new planet, right? It's newly terraformed, so we're not just going to go down there and see everything already constructed. We should see things being constructed over time as well. A bit like what they did on Red Dead Redemption 2, where, you know, if you walk around that little village that you first go to, or that little township, you've got the buildings being built, and then when you go back later, they're constructed. I really hope that that is part of Starcitect. And they will certainly have thought about this, because it would make sense that, you know, this new settlement, this new planet that is being settled, kind of like the gold rush, right? It's like these towns that will be popping up over time, that you would expect to see things under construction and being constructed. So I would really love to see if it progresses as time goes on. And even part of, I mean, if they've tied it into the base building system, maybe not to start with, but they could completely tie it into the base building system where an NPC is in this location, they're building, you know, these drones are building their settlement using the base building system, and they require resources, and so you go out and you gather resources for them, right? That would be very plausible with the way the game is designed. Quantanium Rush, yeah. Yes, yeah, it looks like a nice cool ship, does the Stingray. I kind of like the style of it. Yo, Drago, how you doing? Kruger leaning into the Star Wars Episode 1 designs. They are, aren't they? A Kruger generalist. Might be too fancy for that. Hate being that guy, but sticks have turned me into a light fighter type. Oh, but sticks have turned... Oh, it is in your control scheme. Cited for the Stingray. I do like light fighters because they're a lot more forgiving when it comes to piloting than anything else. Because you make a mistake, you can somewhat adjust pretty quickly. If CIG do a trailer for the Stingray. Oh, I can't wait to hear what Nix's music is like from Pedro.
Eye for action.
Oh, Stingray, I see.
We are about to launch.
I was wondering what you meant by Stingray, but now that makes sense now. Interesting to see how the ship fuel repair costs and balance are handled with the extra time focus turning players planet side. Do you know, if I don't know if you recall a previous video of mine when I was talking about the updates to fuel and how there are many factors, like it's about whether or not we are at the point of whether reducing that, you know, keeping it in quantum for longer are we as the game at that point yet? And one thing about Genesis, which, you know, we're not in my opinion, but one thing about Genesis, and as you say there, that exactly what you're saying, Foran, that is one sort of feather in the cap to make it more plausible to create range between places, and so the idea, and this is the vision that CIG have, or Chris has for when you do enter into quantum, is it's not something you take lightly. Like right now, we are probably quantum traveling in an hour's game session multiple times. That is not at all what they want Star Citizen to feel like or to be like. The ideal would be you go to a location, as we've said, and you stay there for a long duration of time doing mission after mission without feeling any need to travel further than the local area or maybe to the space station in that area, you know, but not really going anywhere. And so when you do enter quantum, it's for a purpose that makes it worthwhile and valuable. You're not just like flippantly flying around in quantum. So that's something that
3 new guests today.
Oh, lovely.
Nice.
Welcome, guys. But yeah, I think that's a big part of making it make sense and not problematic. It's positively tropical. Also, though, another one of those things on my list of when the game will be ready for longer quantum jumps, or longer duration jumps, is potentially coming in soon as well. I mean, this is me clutching at straws, but we did hear about a full interactable joystick prop being designed, which would mean, or which would potentially mean, the idea that these arcade machines are going to be playable soon. Not to say, you know, it might just be you go to the locations that have them, like space stations, and you can play them there, not necessarily buy them and put them in your ship. But one thing that will certainly help to make people want to spend more time in quantum is things to do in your ship where you're not just sat waiting to arrive. So, and that could be, you know, things that have been mentioned are things like the Galactopedia, in-game movies, and news reports, and things like that, and Galactopedia being dictated to you, the pool table, but also the Simpod and arcade machine. So being able to buy an arcade machine like Hyper Vanguard Force and stick it on your ship and play it. So while you're in Quantum, you're just like trying to get the highest score that everyone else can compete with across the network. And the fact that they are designing these joysticks now tells me that that's potentially what it's going to be used for. So, you know, there's that, and there's Genesis with localized missions that, to me, are ticking off potentially two of those big reasons why they are increasing the time in Quantum. Sincoto, welcome. How you doing? But yeah, Starware and Suit Lockers could still come with 4.11. Just because they're not on the roadmap for the initial drop doesn't mean it's not going to happen. Weist, welcome. It certainly could. Yes, it'll be nice when the Ironclad is available in game. Absolutely. Yeah, choosing your starting location will be very important. Like, right now, I'm not too fussed. I don't know, because what we have is not representative of at all what Star Citizen is going to be like. Cowboy needs. Longer quantum travel would be nice. Then it makes sense to use transport ships for fighters. And other ships, maybe with Liberator. Yes, exactly. That's another... I mean, also, although the Liberator, it looks like, isn't coming until next year, it's another plausible reason to make it make sense. So, actually having longer time in Quantum will make the systems feel bigger, which I think would be nice. It would feel nice to be able to think that the world is bigger without having to just increase the size of the planets or the distances between them. It would slowly, you know, we would adapt and feel, you'd get a sense that it is a bigger system. And being able to pay someone with a Liberator to transport your vehicle for you so you could load it in there. I beg your pardon? Absolutely not. Get away from me, it stinks. What is it? What flavour is that?
Cod. Think.
What the heck?
Sardines, maybe.
Terra, can you jump for me, mate? Thank you. Oh, he's getting in the thingy. Sardines and cod. That sounds delightful. There we go. Thank you, Zol. So the message of the day is still using Norse days, not using English language days, which means the patch isn't coming. We are currently working on a new 4.10 build for a potential PTU update later today. In fact, we haven't gone through the most recent one, have we? Which, let me pull that up. Where is it? Where is it? So, the last patch as of last night, for Recco Battaglia, new story rewards, additional blueprint rewards added to Battaglia's story mission 1, 2, and 3 reward pools. They've also fixed for VR G-Force blink effect, showing differently between the left and right eye in VR, which was causing a disorientating visual mismatch. Both eyes should now use the same randomness seed based on the current frame ID. Not a clue what that means. But also, they've made further instancing backend stability polish, and they have polished for frequent global lag spikes affecting players' PTU sessions. And then for bug fixes for siege collision missing on the Siege of Orison dogleg staircase after transitioning to the main instance, causing players Peanut, you alright? To fall through the floor. Battaglia failing to recognize the player as a valid entity when they walked into her office, causing her not to react or trigger dialogue. I think someone mentioned that has happened to them. Salvage missions not awarding any reputation to the player's salvage faction standing after completion. Nine Tails NPCs in Siege of Orison carrying externally attached magazines and med pens not intended for their loadout, contributing to performance overhead and from excessive entity attachments. Package recovery missions completable by delivering only one package instead of all required packages, and contested zone final loot room hangars incorrectly rescuing downed players, or I suppose resuscitating them. So that was the last patch. To me, I get more and more the impression that 4.10 is going to be just constantly thrown bug fix after performance and so forth to just try and get it, get us back on track. That's what I'm seeing here. So I think, Sin, the idea being is that when you first log into the game, you set your home based on where it's going to deliver all of your stuff. And then from there, you can travel around and physically transport your gear from place to place if you want to, and set your, regen point at that new location, and then that will be your home there. But at some point, we will be able to have homes in many systems, but you're not going to be able to, well, hopefully anyway, fast travel and respawn in one system versus another. They're still discussing this kind of thing, but it's not likely that that's going to be the case, which it shouldn't be, really. But that's not to say that you won't have homes. At the moment, you can essentially do that. You can go to any system, any planet, and set your spawn to that planet location. But your items are physically in one location, so you'd have to bring them. One thing they did mention we would get, though, is kind of like a hotbox or like a postal drop-off thing where you get, like, in your hub maybe a shared inventory thing that you can put stuff in, and then access that from another shared inventory in another system or somewhere else. They have mentioned something like that, which is possibly an option. Whether they do or not, I don't know. Another great thing would be incorporating flat space technology. Would come in handy for Starware. What's flat space technology? What's that, Sin? Yes, me too, Flood. I'm glad they're taking their time on the PTU. They could have pushed out 4.10 already with whatever bug fixes it has or doesn't have, or optimizations it has, and still have problems, and, work on another patch, like a 0.1 patch for another day. But I think they're just really pushing this initiative for the initial first patch of fixes as much as they can for 4.10. For 4.10. Not to say there won't be patches after that with more fixes. I'm sure there will be hot fixes. There might even be point patch fixes potentially before 4.11 with more fixes. But then 4.11 will come in with even more fixes. But I think their intention was 4.10 was to be the main patch to tackle the majority of the issues that they have, these 100 priority issues. But whether they're actually fixed or not, because, I'm seeing and experiencing when I jump into 4.10 things that are said to be fixed that are not fixed. In Doctor Who, flat space technology is spatial manipulation center around the TARDIS. Oh, that is essentially fast travel, though, right? They have mentioned something about a potential of that kind of thing. But whether it's something they're going to stick to or not is yet to be seen. What was it they said again? It was Thorsten who said it on a Star Citizen Live a while back about the idea of teleporting. Which, on the cusp of, off the top of my head, I don't like the idea of. I'm hoping to see what they're saying, but or what their plan is. But at this time, I'm not a fan of the idea. 66 degrees under a blanket, which is with a little electric space heater at my feet. It's supposed to be 100 degrees today outside. Truly spoiled. I do not envy you, Brit. Well, are you actually cold right now with your AC? yeah, 4.11 will probably be very broken. With all this tech coming in, it's going to take time to fix and optimize and get working. So, it'll happen. Astro, how you doing? I thought that was normal. Women don't acknowledge me as a valid entity all the time. You are. Oh. Who's that? See, Peanut? "19 degrees. That would be nice."
Thank God he left. I'm allergic to peanuts.
Well, that might be a thing that they're actually thinking of, Sin. But essentially, you know, at the core of it, it's fast travel, right? At the core of what that is offering, it's fast travel in a game sense. But in terms of how they explain it from a in-game lore perspective, is up to them. But the what it technically is fast travel, just explained in lore. Need to prep things and saves. You want it? You want the patch already? It is kind of sad right now, isn't it? Because it's like I don't want to play 4.9, and I don't tend to do much in 4. In the PTU patches beyond just testing because it doesn't matter more so than, you know, the live build does. So you're kind of just left twiddling your thumbs. But if it means 4.10 is going to get us back on track, then I will be more than happy for that. Yeah, 4.9 can rot in hell. It's been pretty problematic. Let me just get these weird blue things. Is everybody leaving? All the sailors?
Almost close at 10.
Certainly is getting there, isn't it? But yeah, I am truly excited for 4.11, and I'm.
Still talk for another 8 hours, couldn't you?
I could keep it going, yeah. If I'm allowed, that's the problem. But it's definitely going to be interesting watching 4.11 roll out and seeing the shows that they have. I can't wait to get any information about it. You know, like how it's going to look, what it's going to perform like, what the mission, how the missions are going to work, and how the points of interest are going to work. Like dynamic weather wasn't on the, as in Genesis dynamic weather, the card for that, which is a 1.0 card. You know, something they want for 1.0. That wasn't on the roadmap for 4.11, but that doesn't mean we're not going to get it, right? It's that card will only be completed once all the weathers they want for 4.11 are done, which I don't know what list of weathers they have for that, but it's not just going to be rain, snow, wind, lightning, fog. There's going to be more to it, right? So so I suspect what we read about in the monthly report recently, which was about how, you know, all the updates to weather for rain and snow and the accumulation of it, and making it dynamic as well, actually dynamic weather. Because right now what we have is a sort of a weather front that just travels around the planet based on the wind. So the wind will push this weather front around. It'll rain, it'll snow based on where it is. What the dynamic weather system is bringing is a lot more data to determine what drops, when it drops, how it drops, and its accumulation of you know, on things as well, which they had done a lot of work in July on that. So I'm expecting at the minimum for 4.11 and starcitizen we will see that stuff come in. But beyond that, and lightning was another one. So lightning will form based on, again, cloud cover, humidity, temperature. Yeah, overlapping hangars in 4.10 has been a common thing for me as well in the PTU.
I can't wait for hailstorms to damage our ships, hull, and armor.
Oh yeah, scratching the paint more like. Unless the hail is like the size of a size 9 torpedo.
Or just, you know, made of
Oh,
diamonds.
nice port. Which one did you go for? Funnily enough, the money I was hoping for to get the CPU has not come through, so we'll see how that goes. The 7800, very nice. First login on the 4.10 patch, it spawned into an overlapping hangar and the ship crashing into the wall. It's not like filling me with a lot of hope right now, seeing, you know, the state of 4.10. But I hope they just keep on at it and find, you know, fix the root causes of these things to get it back and working. That would be nice. I miss doing our org stuff. I really do. Like I say, that video that's coming out tonight was the Org Hathor event that we did, where we approached it on the ground. But I mean, when we were playing that, I was expecting it to go terribly wrong. I thought after we did that spicy box attempt, and pretty much everything was just going wrong one after the other, I just thought this is going to be the same thing. Sorry, but it went very smoothly. There was a lot of little irritating bugs, like I glitched through the wall and had to respawn.
It started further back than that. It started with that space station, right? 242 or what it was called, and we lost everything.
During that spicy box thing?
Then we tried the danger boxes. No. Then the next time we were going off-grid, we did the spicy boxes, and that failed too. So it's been a bad way for
it's just been getting worse and worse, hasn't it?
Yeah, the server degradation has been wild in this patch.
Yeah, and desync's been atrocious too.
Oh yeah, and the back end keep crashing and inventory.
Yeah. If Rods from the Gods was a weather event. Well, that's, you know, like they've got lightning, I guess, with Lazarus Pyro 1. We have lightning, but it's not tied into a dynamic system. And that's what, I mean, if I just read that bit on the monthly report again, about weather, that is what I'm expecting to see in Genesis. That's dynamic weather, the first sort of drop of it, where it's an actual weather system roaming around. So let me just find this, bear with me. So it was the R&D team who were basically adding snow and expanding weather behaviors to the planet simulation and improving cloud rendering performance. For weather and snow, the devs implemented a time of day dependent local temperature. So basically, nighttime will be colder than daytime, which does draw on planetary conditions like elevation, humidity, wind, and broader climate properties. Rain is now driven by local temperature, precipitation, probability, and planetary conditions to determine where and how much rain or snow comes. Snow accumulation will interoperate with rain accumulation, while rain accumulation runs stably over long periods of time, long periods of mild precipitation without numerical precision issues, and snow will accumulate in a similar way. So basically, yeah, improving the weather system, making it dynamic based on all the actual conditions, which, you know, when we have planets, the Genesis planets, it'll be going down. You'll see all these lush biomes, all these new locations, points of interest. The rain might start based on actual conditions that make sense to the location. Oh, it's going to be nice. We need large backpacks to work outside.
Getting water accumulation as well, and puddles and stuff. That's gonna be sweet.
Hey, what, like putting a bottle out and letting it fill up?
Oh yeah. that too, but like water puddles on the ground and forming naturally, and if it's overflowing in that puddle, it's going to flow into another puddle.
Oh, like sort of
so on and so
floods
forth.
and yeah, true. Yeah, and
Fluid
snow.
simulation.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Yes, hiking trips, absolutely. Yeah. Just double checking Reco in her instance, and all her animations played. Face animations were spectacular, and her MFD calls looked nice too. Okay. So was it the last patch that you played that you had the issues? Played through all the missions, but her interactions were balked. That was the previous patch to the one that we've got now then on the PTU. Yeah, we definitely need backpacks for clothing. That's definitely something they've mentioned that we will get. We do need that, and we will certainly get that. Starware may even bring that. I would be surprised if it didn't. Not a guarantee, but I would be surprised if it didn't. Rivers won't be in with the initial drop of Genesis, though, unfortunately. Do you know, some of these raindrops actually look like ships in the distance. But yeah, clothing backpacks would be so nice.
That is so weird. It's not raining or snowing on my screen.
Oh, really?
Heck?
What the heck?
Yeah, there's nothing.
Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, it sounds like they've got a new river tech that that they're gonna
There's not even
develop.
that light outside on my screen either.
What's going on? Yes, there is one item of clothing, isn't there, that was sold with the Ranger. That's true. Which doesn't layer on clothing, does it? I think it is its own outfit that kind of makes you naked, does it? Or does it layer? But yeah, we definitely need, you know, a range of backpacks for clothes. Definitely. Yeah, Zarek says, take your glasses off, you goofball. Have you why it's so dark?
I don't think that'll help.
No, probably not. I have a wander around the ship.
Didn't work.
That confused me to life. I don't know why someone was just instantly following me at the same pace. It was me in a third-person view.
Intruder alert! Shoot him! Shoot him!
Pew pew. No, this is me. This is actually me, Mac. Not my off-grid guy who's just wandering around.
Oh, that is weird, Ryan.
What,
That
DC?
window you just passed, I can see the snow out of that one, but I can't see it out the rear. What is going on?
Oh, there you go. It's not a fake then. Yeah, the cargo vest. It's it doesn't really count, to be fair. But yeah, the hype for Star Citizen has definitely dropped for a lot of people right now, and I think people are just stepped away big time. I think 4.10 is going to be a big proving patch for those people as to whether they even bother coming back, but I'm sure eventually most people will. It's just when, you know, based on the quality of the patches. But it would be so refreshing if they managed to get things just working somewhat more consistently in comparison to what we've had. Like, I don't expect everything to be fixed. I don't expect all bugs to be fixed. But yeah, if they can get the majority of these real pain points resolved, it would be nice. It's a bit like last year. You know, last year they went through that initiative of not dropping features and improving the playability and stability. And they did, massively. And we had tons of different events week after week, up to 50 people in, you know, in each op. And it was so much fun. And then going into this year, you know, 4.6 started out all right. 4.7 started showing some cracks. 4.8 just kind of dropped the ball. And then 4.9 somewhat recouped a little bit here and there from 4.8. It kind of made it a bit more playable, but it was still very problematic. And so, you know, 4.10 is there. Let's try and fix what we can here as much as we can. And hopefully we can get back to doing a lot more of these org events without worrying too much about things going, you know, being a pain. Because, not necessarily for myself, because I don't spend a lot of time organizing and setting these things up. People within the org, like Deacon and APOC and Nexus and Joshua, you know, all the members as well. They all spend a lot of time planning and prepping and getting things like the Revenant prepped and so forth. And then we try and do it and it doesn't work. And it's not fair on those guys, right? They put a lot of time and effort in. We're well aware of the, you know, the fact that it's an alpha, and I, you know, more than anyone, we get it. It's just, it would be nice if we could get back to that without having those frustrations. It just grew so much last year, and it's a real shame that this year has just kind of gone backwards. Yeah, I kind of feel...
At the end of the day, the only thing we're losing by losing the Revenant, for example, is only time. And that time is spent in gameplay.
True.
Playing the game.
Yeah, together, I guess, as well, a lot of the time is what's lost. It's just a shame, isn't it? But yeah.
The last setup almost took like 2 weeks, and we were just booking back and forward and stacking things up and organizing things, getting it ready. A lot of fun, just hanging out with the boys, you know.
Yeah,
It's
it's kind of a nice thing to be able to do in real time with real people, technically, with the actual assets of the game. But yeah, I don't think you're alone on that, E-Hawk. I think 4.8 definitely hit a nerve for a lot of people. I still have my excitement. I'm very much I will play when it's good, and then when it's not, I'll just like get excited for the game and its future. And that's why, when 4.11 comes around and we're hearing about Genesis, it's like now I can look forward to that and be excited for that, even if I'm not playing now. Yeah, exactly, Zero. Don't have to be playing now to still be excited for the game, but it's just a shame because I really enjoy getting together and doing that stuff, you know. So far, May and July have been the only months this year where new sign-ups have decreased over the last year, right? But they are still making more money. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Interesting considering how many people are like, well, I'm not going to buy anymore. It's like, all right, you don't have to tell us. Someone else is going to probably. Oh, what? The, you know, I'm not a fan of raids and that kind of content. I mean, don't get me wrong. I enjoy, you know, like TSG and so forth. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's fun, but it's like, I like our own, what we need, and setting up for that as an org. You know, like, right, we want to craft this stuff. And I mean, base building is going to be a prime example of that, where we want to build an org headquarters, or even just an org warehouse to supply our local area. You know, we found a mining node, let's build a warehouse to store that stuff and then transport it when we have time. Like that kind of stuff. The organic open world MMO gameplay is what I truly love about Star Citizen. And as an org, even more so, because we have many of us with all different manner of ships and equipment and items and knowledge that we can share and come together and make things happen at scale. That's not to say that I don't dislike things like TSG and Hathor and all these other sort of raid-like missions and instancing and so forth. It's great to have those options as well for when you're feeling like it, but for me, Star Citizen is truly that open world. Everyone comes together in a sort of organic way. You know, we have an objective. It's not determined by CIG. It's what we want to do. And that's why I really do all the off-grid stuff. having missions is important. Having a lot of dynamic missions and large-scale content and so forth is very important for Star Citizen, but it's not necessarily what I'm excited for. And so when I do my off-grid stuff, I like to just...
You ready to start heading home?
Yeah, we might as well. We'll catch you all later, guys.
You want to go to Lowville or Microtech?
You can take me back to Microtech, actually, because, yeah, I'm happier there.
All right.
See you later, everybody. Thank you all. Thank you, Josh, as well, for setting this up, mate. Make sure you're all paying your fees. I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you. Yeah, so I've just got to, make sure. But that's why I'm excited for Genesis as well, because I like the content that isn't written for us. It's discovered by us at random, and that's why Genesis is going to be kind of the... Oh man, it's just going to explode the off-grid feeling, where like slowly these systems and patches have taken away from off-grid, like void breaking, bricked components, that kind of stuff, not being able to scavenge and interact and find things. So Genesis is going to be allowing me as an off-grid character to just live, right? To just live on the planet, going from place to place, seeing what I can scavenge from there, or take, or loot, or find some work to pay for my fuel. Like I might stumble upon a village and just spend some time living there for a small duration of time. Wait! And then from there, move on to the next place. Maybe, as a challenge, which I really hope is possible, is take the Auxilia, land, get flown down to the planet, if we can't spawn there, and then just like literally circumnavigate the planet, not necessarily in a straight line, technically. Oh, I should be all right, thank you. Yeah. And just travel, just roam like a true nomad. Just roam the planets, not really having anywhere to go as such, and just see what I come across. And that could be storms. It could be really cool points, like natural points of interest. Are you off, Sin Cotto? Have a good day, my friend. Thank you for hanging out. It could be villages or settlements or gangs or creatures. All sorts of things. That is what I enjoy. That randomness of not knowing what you're going to find. Not to say I won't do missions when I stumble upon a settlement and, a farmer asks me to go and do something. I will absolutely will. A mega looting raid for a large... But it is cool, as a large org, or a sizable org, to have things like that available for us to do, because it's great fun together, and it's great practice. You can offer your Idris. It's just not kitted down. And I log on later than you usually start, but if you ever... Thank you. What time do you usually play then in Terrace? I wouldn't even call it fairground stuff. It's just content, right? It's sandbox or content, or handmade content. There's no reason why we can't have both. It's good to have both. Why is my visor getting wet? It's good to offer both. Or not even both, but all, instanced.
Is it too much
missions.
to ask both?
Absolutely not. Yeah, when it comes to engineering, I would like to see that, expanded to be more tactile and hands-on, definitely. Yeah, you never know what's going to happen. That's what I used to love about when I was doing my off-grid stuff, and especially, one thing that kind of stops the off-grid from being a lot of fun is the lack of player base. When less people are playing it, there's less interesting interactions, and that's something that I love about it. Fisari, thank you for the follow. Welcome. In 410 PTU, you have a caterpillar. You can't use the command module. You have a caterpillar, and you can't use the command module. It hasn't undocked. And I can't figure out how to dock it in the hangar. You should still be able to. If you target your caterpillar, So make sure the radar's working. You press right Alt and N. It should initiate docking, and then you just get close to it, and it'll take over. I mean, it should work in the hangar. Oh, fair enough, Interitus. At the end of the day, as the game does progress, maybe not right now or in the necessarily the near term, we'll see, but as the game does progress and more people come back, there's a lot more, and I want to play more. Genesis will certainly make me want to play more outside of my work hours. We'll be on around the clock. Yeah, give it a go, Alton. Let me know how you get on. I don't know when Xenothreat will be removed. Is Xenothreat still on? See you later, TJ. Thank you for hanging out, my friend. Did you buy anything? Did you find anything? Yeah, is Xenothreat still available to play? I don't know if it's been disabled or if they even will disable it at any point. Oh, it's over, is it? Oh, yeah, it's over. Okay. Was that just for... What was it? 4.6? Or was it 4.7? It was one of the point... Was it 4.6.3 or 4.7.3? Oh, it was disabled in mid-July. Fair enough. Thank you, Langdon. I did not do any of it, unfortunately. That's quite the view. Till I moved it. Crap.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they updated the lighting on the buildings.
Yeah, they do look a bit crisper, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Like, higher definition further away.
Hmm. Play with this tractor beam.
Could you imagine if you grabbed the building and just sucked us into it?
Mac, no! Oh, was it 4.8.3? Thank you. But yeah, that was the org trade meet. Every fortnight we have that going on, which thank you for sorting that out, Josh. Appreciate that every fortnight, mate. Just gives org members a chance to sort of offload. Graphics have been getting better and better. What, like more clarity or something?
I have a question for you, Ryan.
Fire away.
These buildings on our left called Blue Triangle. Have you ever noticed this company or the brand or the buildings before?
No, I've never had a Blue Triangle before.
There is a working theory that these are brand new and might be player apartments or become it.
Are we at Microtech then? Is this
They
where
even
we
have
are?
landing pads.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's Microtech.
Let me have a look into that. Hang on.
The tractor beam is still on, mate.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Blue
Look,
Triangle.
They got landing pads on top too. Even some smaller building as well.
Well, they're not. Oh Christ! What have I done? They're not manufacturers of that. They are. So Blue Triangle Inc. are manufacturers of computer crypto keys, radars, and analytical systems. They've probably been brought in because of hacking more than anything.
Oh yeah. I was just wondering because they all have like it looks like it's medium landing pads.
Yeah, their headquarters is New Babbage. So that would make sense that if hacking is on the way in, they're going to be a company that provide that stuff, maybe offer that kind of stuff in terms of work as well. Yeah, thank you, E-Hawk. So, yeah, not to do
Yeah, they
with...
definitely updated the lighting.
Habs. Yeah, it does look a lot nicer. It's been a while since I've been to New Babbage. We've been flying around all over the place recently with, like, ArtCorp and Lawville.
Yeah.
What's that one go? 9 million euro in gold found. That would be nice. Don't have a basement though, unfortunately. Yeah, no worries, Blind. I feel you there, mate. I think on a regular day, I might have maybe an hour or two on a night time after about 9 o'clock for me to kind of jump in and do and play. But I also have to balance that with, do I want to work out? Do I want to relax? Do I want to do anything else? That's kind of my free time. And if I go any further than, say, 11 o'clock, I pay for it the next day. And obviously, Rachel and Summer will technically pay for it as well if I'm just, you know, dead to the world. Wood is the rarest thing in the universe. What, this universe? Yeah, not in that basement. Here we go, look. Coming into land. Jeff! Thank you, my friend. How you doing today? Beers and party, please. Thank you for the 61 months. Yeah, we'll see what this next patch brings tonight.
Come again?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, it's an old message.
Oh, yeah, like a ghost message. Just got up recently. Time to call this, Jeff. Probably early for you, is it? Blue kill shot. It's in the Clipper trailer, but I've no idea where to acquire. What's that? Thank you, sir.
Arrived.
Back to our home. It would be nice when we get apartments. That's something we're still waiting on.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa. Hang on a
But it
minute.
makes sense for a chip manufacturer to have their main HQ what cold temperatures.
True. Yeah, technologies and things. And it makes sense with it being, you know, hacking is a gameplay professional or mechanic that is going to be coming in at some point in the near term.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how they're going to pull that one off.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. All right, I'm jumping out. Thank you, Deacon.
There's been so many different versions.
Yeah, true.
Right.
I will see you on Monday, I assume, if not earlier.
Monday.
Have a good one.
Later, mate.
But yeah, I mean, hacking is something that you know, has definitely been in the works for a while. It was mentioned, or maybe in a monthly report a few months ago, that they are working on a tutorial for hacking that, you know, to sort of explain to the players how hacking is going to work. But we haven't seen it yet. When is the Squadron 42 event happening? October, I think. And it's not rude. It's not rude that they didn't invite me. They, you know, it is all part of decisions made and whatnot. It's not like I walked into the whole thing oblivious. Kobe, how you doing? You just checked the volume levels compared to your channel and noticed that you're very quiet. Maybe... Do you mean on YouTube or on Twitch? Or do you mean on YouTube? Yeah, I mean, I can turn myself up here. Maybe I'm a bit quiet here. Especially with that music getting a bit louder. Thank you for the heads up, though. Well, it doesn't mean that Starware isn't coming in 4.11. It just means that they haven't added it yet. We do know there is some other bits that have been added, aside from those really important ones. It was so funny reading, you know, Nick's... I stayed up for a little bit on the Wednesday night. What time did it eventually drop anyway? But yeah, I stayed up on the Wednesday night waiting to see if Genesis was going to be a part of 411, and I couldn't hold out. I had to go to sleep because I was getting tired. And then woke up. First thing I did, checked the phone, and it was like Nix 1. And I was like, yes, Starcitect mission pack, interesting. Genesis Planet Tech, yep, expected that. Genesis Starcitect, expected that. Population Manager, expected it. It was mentioned. Starcitect points of interest, I just assumed that was all part of Starcitect anyway. And then you go down and it's like character customizer, 6 eyebrows. You think, okay, that's kind of a funny one to lead on to. But yeah, so you know, this is just the first drop of the roadmap for 411. Before we get anywhere even close to this releasing to live, we will see many more things added to it. Maybe even certain things taken out or added to the 0.1 patch or 0.2 patch. I'm hoping for 411, 0.0, we're getting all the Starcitect and Genesis stuff. But there's a heavy combat armor that looks very similar to ones we already have anyway. Not too fussed about that. The character eyebrows. One thing that I can't get right on my character is the eyebrows, so I'm glad to get some different ones. Not that any of these are likely going to... they're not quite right, but they'll be better than what we have. The 2 Castic Arms weapons actually sound pretty interesting. The Verdict looks like the Kana, but it has... but it's an LMG, so it's like a more heavier gunner type of thing with a medium range. And it also has that... alternate fire mode, which it says the weapon builds up heat through sustained fire before unleashing devastating superheated plasma projectiles with its alternate fire mode. And then the Hellion is a weird one. That it's basically a plasma grenade, but likely smaller radius of impact, but fired from a pistol, so maybe a lot more accurate. Great if you're maybe trying to escape and get out of, like, you're running through a corridor, it's a narrow space, you could sort of turn around, shoot the ground, and it might slow them down a bit. They might have to wait. But yeah, that will be a fun one to practice with. The Hellion Plasma Pistol. Yeah. Starware, dynamic... well, the thing is, I think we will get Starware. That's the thing. I think we will get Starware still for 411. I just think it hasn't been added. Uriali, how you doing? What? I don't 7 PVBL. Sorry, mate. Could you say that again? But I don't understand that one. Bigger blast radius than you could run after throwing it. Yeah. Shoot the ground and it's just going to get you anyway. Radium, Hawk, welcome guys. 07. And then the Tiburon is Wicklow's ship for 410. For 411. Which is kind of cool. Not that it matters to me much though. I don't think I'll be earning any Wicklow ships. He's too much of a scam. But yeah, what's... let's have a think more about Nix. Hang on, let me bring up my patch notes. Not my patch notes. The information from the bigger video that I'm working on. Because I am, as I say, working on a bit of a long-form video that's got more information about it. With potential examples of what it could lead to as well. There it is. I don't know if there's much we haven't already mentioned, though. I'm really excited to see Nix 2, to be fair. It's it's going to have things there to explore, like points of interest, but it's just going to be toxic. So you would kind of hope that by the time we do get Nyx 2, which I do think is going to be sometime this year, that we would see Starware as well, so that we can, you know, technically we don't need Starware at all for Genesis, because we've got plenty planets with different biomes that we've existed with for long periods of time already, that we haven't needed to worry too much about Starware. It would just be very useful and convenient. It would be a great quality of life update, an immersion update as well, to be able to think, right, today I'm going to explore Nyx 2. It's toxic in this way. I need this kind of suit to explore it, but I'm going to use my flight suit to start with, and then when we arrive, I'll swap into that and go and explore it. It would be very nice. How far away is the next op vid? The one that's coming out tonight. It's got about 30 minutes of encoding left, and then I'll be uploading that, which will probably still be a few hours away. But yeah, that's coming up tonight. So the op that we did as an org at Hathor, I literally had like hours worth of content. It's narrowed down to about 25 minutes. But that's coming tonight, yeah. To be fair, I even if Wicklow was working perfectly day in, day out, I would still call him a scam just for shits and giggles. It doesn't, you know, it doesn't actually reflect me saying that doesn't reflect how Wicklow is performing. It's just me being funny-ish. But yeah, so it would be cool to see what Nyx 2 offers, because I mean, what was it that Will Haynes said specifically? Because it was quite interesting.
It's a gas giant, and I think it's blue. It's not going to surface. I don't really know. Nyx 2 is a yellow, toxic. It's got like this high pressure atmosphere, and it's like a very volatile planet with high risk reward gameplay. It's gonna have some really interesting biomes for you to discover, but for now, just know it's gonna be dangerous, because today we're gonna focus on what we consider to be the hero planet.
Why is it out of sync?
Of this system.
It's never been out of sync before. Yeah, so it's a toxic place with a lot of high risk reward, so it's probably gonna be full of dangerous people, environments, creatures, maybe. The Moist Man Master, yeah. So that'll be a fun one to explore. Nyx 3 being the gas giant. What creature do you think we're going to see? Because they are working on a new creature. And I don't think... So this is something that I think I discussed in this video a little bit, is creatures. Or was it in the video that I did previously, where... The Blizzard Wizard. Where right now we have... Marox, Copian, Quasi-Grazers, the Ormandi, and the 3 different types of Valakar. Apex Predator, Apex Adult, and Juvenile. We don't have any more actual creatures yet, do we? Stormwall, technically, yeah, that's true. Although I think that will be specific to Crusader. I don't think we're going to see that anywhere else. But what we do know is that they are working on a new creature and its variant. And it got me thinking. And this is all speculation on my part. Look, they are working on a creature and its variants. We don't know what it is. We don't know when it's coming. But they are working on a new one. A whole new type. You know, rather than a variant of a previous one. So... the speculation part is, I wonder if they're going to use and retcon the sort of very flippant comment that I think Dave or someone said about the Boreal Stalker, or the Boreal Stalker. Yeah, the Sasquatch thing. I feel like it would be a perfect opportunity to introduce it to Nyx. Because the original vision for it, before we heard about all these different variants and so forth of creatures, was that it was introduced as the Apex Predator for when they terraformed Microtech. And that something went wrong, and it kind of became, you know, a bit of a problem. It wasn't like fully established lore, it was just kind of, you know, narrative just speaking off the cuff. Your cousin Jimmy saw it. He heard it in the woods. So, because, and this is a very interesting subject in my eyes, because I love the idea of fauna, you know, and studying them in the game. But Nyx 1, going through terraformation, and it being a planet that wasn't able to sustain life. Not to say that we won't see some, I mean, if there was any actual life there that could survive in its environment before it was terraformed, it would probably be wiped out when they terraformed it, because the environment, you know, the ecosystem will be completely different. So you're not going to see the sort of, you know, evolution, the natural progression of creatures and animals and fauna in these locations. They will have to be introduced. So, and as we've seen from this, quasi-grazers most likely introduced as grazing animals, maybe even food for other creatures as well, whatever they will be. And we are very limited on the types of creatures we have, so I wouldn't be surprised if they're building this new creature to be a part of the Nyx system, Nyx 1. And then you would kind of assume, and this is an assumption on my part, but massively, you would want to introduce the apex predator of a planet and then have everything sort of cascading down from that, rather than starting with a microbe and having, you know, whatever would eat that, then whatever would eat that. You'd kind of start at the top maybe and work your way down. So I kind of feel I'd have Lady Burial Stalkers asking for a friend, probably. The terraformers looked at Microtech and said, "This place needs something spicy. Let's add the stalker." Yeah. So I'm gonna guess. This is me. Like, let's get votes going. I reckon we will see the Burial Stalker and its variants introduced to the Nyx system as the apex predator for the ecosystem, and everything else will sort of tie in around that. Like, it would probably run and hunt quasi-grazers. It may even hunt Copian. In fact, on that note, let me just pull up the... what would you call it? Dressed to Kill. And we'll see what the pictures are. Ooh, that's not how you spell Star Citizen. Alright, excuse me, Quasis. So, that's everything they want for 1.0, creature-wise. And you've got lots of different variants of quasi-grazers. You've got variants of Copian and things. But the Burial Stalker is kind of like... Can you see my marker? Yeah, it's kind of like this. Like that. These look like variants of the Burial Stalker in the different types of worlds, you know, the biomes that they would live in. What are we looking at here? 5, is that 1? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 maybe, if that's also a variant of it. So yeah, we're kind of looking at potentially 6. I hope it's something like this. These would be really creepy, seeing them in the woods, you know, running around a forest. But equally, these would be kind of scary, running around forests as well, to be fair. So, yeah, I kind of get the impression that is a great way of introducing it. No, it's not going to be the Valakar. It's not going to be the Valakar because what the roadmap, what the monthly report said is that they're working on a brand new creature and its variants. They're not... We know they're working on the Apex Valakar. That's to come to places like Daymar, Monox, and places like that. We're talking brand new creatures, a brand new species. that we haven't seen in game yet. Yeah, this is the Burial Stalker. This is the sort of concept art from a while ago. Oh no, what have we done? Go back. Which looks kind of creepy. He's not that chubby, hang on. That's about right. He's not that thin either. There we are. And I reckon we could see many a different variant of that roaming. But we'll have to wait and see what they say, because they haven't actually... Oh no, what's happened? They haven't told us what it is. I'm just guessing at what kind of makes sense. Yeah, so, sorry, when I say Burial Stalker, that's the name they gave it based on the environment it would live in. Whatever that's not the official name. They will call it whatever it is, you know, like quasi-grazers and so forth. You could have just said, you know, I could have just called it the forest cow, and you would, you know, you would assume it was a cow that lives, a cow-like creature that lives in the forest. That's just what they called it, because at the time there wasn't any variance to it. It was supposed to be living in the boreal forests of Microtech. There will be that variant living in boreal forests. There will be maybe an ice variant or a snowy variant. Maybe a desert variant. It really depends on where they want to take it. But that would be my guess. But it could essentially be any others of these. It could be the whip crab style thing. It could be these other types of like rat looking style things, or another creature that lives elsewhere. But it's not going to be anything we've seen already, because it is a completely new one. We will call it Gary. Yeah, just misunderstood. So that's something I will be fascinated in seeing how CIG handle. And it's definitely something, like, there's a lot of stuff to this whole Genesis that I'm interested in seeing how it's been worked on. Yeah, the whip crab. Yeah. So you've got, like, how will the points of interest feel? Like, firstly, I suppose, bare bones, what do the planets look like? How do the biomes feel? Walking through the grass, walking through the woods, seeing the lighting coming through the trees. Doing that already. When I started my off-grid series around Astor's Clearing, and I would walk through the woods, the forests were just amazing with the sunlight coming through, and it was just really cool looking, but still old looking assets in comparison to what Genesis planets look like, or Planet Tech version 5 planets look like. I do wonder how each biome is going to be. Like, we've got to explore all the different biomes, every single one. Ones that we've seen here, ones that we haven't seen yet. The movement loop. I wouldn't say I was disappointed, but I wouldn't sort of call it perfect. Do you mean just sort of this sort of movement? They kind of move a bit too extreme for my liking. I would rather they do a little bit less to make it feel like they're actually able to flow and they're not putting too much stress on their bodies to do so. But yeah, so you've got the visuals. There's the points of interest, like this. What are we going to see? Stumbling upon, like walking and stumbling upon something would be very cool, or driving amongst something. I'm also hoping and somewhat expecting at some point in this year to see the new FPS scanners and maybe ship scanners updated as well, because with it now handling a lot more resources like minables and a lot of plants and so forth, having the ability on foot to do that. Like, you know, you look at something like Starfield and you're walking around on foot, you hit ping or whatever it was, and it highlights some of the minables in that area. Like, getting to that point with Genesis would be nice. I don't know if it's coming with the initial drop of Genesis or if it's coming later on, but that would be nice. Yes, yeah, I do agree with that, Zarek. For a creature of that size, especially, like, you know, when you consider whales themselves, and any creature really, you know, take a lion for example, who sleeps most of the day. you don't. I wouldn't expect to see them doing extreme moves just to move forward, right? If in order for them to move, they have to do this, it seems a little excessive for a whale. But then I guess they are in some upper atmosphere. Yoshi, how you doing? Welcome. Oh. No, they're in game now, Coffee. We have storm walls in 4.10 Siege of Orison instance, where as you fly over in the shuttle, you can see 3 of them just sort of frolicking around while all the what do you call it? While all the flak is going off and whatnot. Yeah, they brought it in, then they took it out, and then they put it back in again. They're happy prancing storm walls. Yeah, I need a wee again. Hang on. Bear with me. Light sleeps tonight. So sweaty. It's about 31 degrees in here. That is rough. Anyway, where were we? What's happened to the music? So yeah, interesting to see what this creature is. In fact, let me read from the monthly report information what they actually said about the creature. It says, work began on the initial animations for a new creature and its variant. So we might not even see it. This is in July. It might not even see it in 4.11, to be fair. But yeah, all that work on the Valakar as well is ongoing. And we may see the Valakar for, the Apex for 4.11. Nothing's been said yet, though. What else was there? Oh, that was it. It was something about, like, as much as we need Genesis to be able to technically build bases, you know, planet side, just because the technology will allow it with the planets. One thing I really like about it is that it's also going to determine where you want to build based on all that data. So you might find a big mining resource and want to build a mining outpost to then harvest that. And I can't wait to do that as an org, where someone might be out and about just doing a mission, and they're scanning around and they find this, I don't know, maybe a vein of ore, and then they report that back to the org saying, I've just found this huge vein of whatever it is. Looks to have quite a lot of high quality stuff in it. Here are the coordinates. And then as an org, like, they might not have any interest in actually mining it, but they'll send those coordinates back to the org, and then we'll work together to go over to that location, find more information about it, either buy the land if it's worth it, if it's, you know, for sale, or if it's not, settle it and start extracting it, which is kind of cool. We'll know they're close to 1.0 when monthly reports start mentioning work on in-game microbes. They got your cousin. But yeah, I know Sweetheart in the org, mining divisional lead, or the industrial lead. I know he's frothing at the mouth to learn more about the minables of PlanetTech version 5, and I am too. It's seeing how they distribute them, seeing the differences between PlanetTech version 5 and 4 and 5 in terms of their distribution, and whether we see any other different types of minables, you know, like subsurface, or veins, even a long time ago they mentioned about veins, didn't they? Yeah, 4.11 will introduce step cousins. All the first gen cousins are gone. So, seeing how they have distributed these minables, and seeing, you know, maybe differences in how we go about finding them, mining them, that should be very interesting. And also, the information about the soil type. Not to say that we're going to have, you know, not for the initial drop, but it might be a location that you want to settle because the soil there is perfect for the plant you want to grow, or the crop you want to grow. In fact, what was it someone said recently in Discord about that? Oh, I can't remember now. Hopefully it'll come back to me. But there was something that I've never really considered. Oh, it might have been Mighty. I can't remember if it was you, but when 4.11 drops, there is a potential that when that planet is created, you know, Nix 1, the actual setup of it and layout of it won't change again. Ever. Because they're not likely going to regenerate the whole planet again to then redo it all. So there is a good chance that when we start getting, I mean, we don't know, but when we start getting these Genesis planets, it might be a time when you could go out and find the spot that you want to build at. I mean, obviously you can't officially own it or build on it or anything because we don't have that option in. So it was said in Reddit that it won't change again, which is pretty important, right? I mean, obviously, Reddit, even if a dev sort of says, well, we're not planning to, it's not like concrete. But if that is the case, going down and finding the spots that you love the most for future building purposes will be possible. It's not like today where, you know, you go down to Astor's clearing, and then the next patch you go down and everything's moved around. All the trees are in different locations. The forest is moved half a kilometer down the road. Well, they did say PlanetTech version 6 is not planned. And even then, when PlanetTech version 6 does come, if it does, you know, technically, like, obviously you're joking, but the idea being that one day down the line, after 1.0, they will probably have a new generation of PlanetTech that they will roll out, but they will not change the actual layout of the planet, because by that point we will all be building on it, it'll be permanent, and they can't change that. They may change the visuals of certain assets, or improve, or add more data, you know, but technically version 5 is the last version we will see before 1.0, and then I'm sure a long time after. So yeah, one thing that we will certainly do as each new planet comes along, be that Nyx 1, potentially Nyx 2, but, you know, Stanton, Pyro, Castra, we will certainly be keeping an eye out for the best places. I mean, I don't know if we're going to be able to put a pin down for 411. I hope that these sorts of smaller but very impactful systems and quality of life updates will be part of that. You know, like if with Genesis they bring FPS scanners and radars, and improved mapping system of the planet, and more information, and the ability to put waymarkers and points, you know, your own personal points of interest to return to, that would be really nice. And potentially possible, just not a guarantee. But yeah, we could literally be wandering through a forest thinking, this opening here is perfect for my off-grid hut. I'm gonna remember this place. Even if you'll put a pin down and it gets wiped the next patch, or if we don't have pins, visually, you know, figuring out where it is, because what we see from orbit is what we're going to see at planet level. That kind of thing will be cool. And as an org, we can look for our first org headquarters if that's where we're going to build it when the first option comes along. Bearing in mind that whatever we build will be wiped by 1.0. That's true, the Odin is Castra's base. We don't need a physical one. So yeah, I thought that comment was actually, you know, I'd never thought of that, about actually things not changing at all. I also assume Nyx 1 is nullsec. Maybe at the time. I mean, that might change with the lore, with the Vanduul threat, new terraforming, the UEE interest. So it might start out as nullsec or lowsec, and then become highsec over time with the story. I don't know. But that would kind of mean that when base building does come along, are we going to be buying land, or are we going to just be able to freely build? I personally think the way it'll likely roll out is we'll have the Nyx system for base building next year, like early next year, maybe see base building roll out. Using, I suppose, Nyx 1 primarily, but Nyx 2 as well to some degree if we want to. And it will be a location that doesn't require ownership, and we can just build there. You think Will said something about the basins and riverbeds being in the planet already? No, I think he said that rivers are coming later. I'll tell you what he said. Are you talking about from £10.42 stream? What Will said regarding rivers anyway, rivers are not coming with Nyx 1. There's new tech that could be used for rivers, but it didn't make it in time for Nyx 1. So unfortunately, we're not going to see that. So that would probably be a big determining factor as to where you might build, is if there's a water source. That's not to say, oceans aren't there. I'm sure oceans will be, but yeah, rivers are not, because they've got new tech for it. It's obviously in the works, and sounds like it's pretty close, but just didn't make it in time. The space to add them isn't really a thing regarding rivers, but we do have far more realistic watersheds for where they'll fit in later. What does that mean, watersheds? As in points of origin? Have you got the link to that Reddit thing? I'd love to read it. Maybe not today, on stream, but at some point. What else have we got that I waffled on about? Thank you, Interitus. A place where it makes sense for a river to be. Right, okay. Oh, yeah, that's Figwig, isn't it? Okay, nice. So that's officially from him. There are plenty of mountains and ravines in Nix 1 as things stand. Not sure anything in the roadmap updated was intended to suggest otherwise. And then the space to add them for rivers and lakes isn't really a thing. But we do indeed have far more realistic watersheds for where they'll fit in later. Yeah, so I guess as he's sort of saying, the river tech that he originally created, right? He was the guy that did it. That technology is either improved or they've found a much better way to do it based on the new Planet Tech version 5, which is kind of what I get the impression of. More comments. Let's have a look. Oh, I'll have to run through this. This might be another video coming soon. Oh, there isn't a great deal. Just a few little comments, I think. Oh, I've gone too far. Reddit doesn't like it. Oddcon, welcome. Well, no, not at all, Oddcon. We're not going to be... Anything we build anyway isn't going to be permanent. That's not to say that from patch to patch, when we get base building, for example, for the first iteration of base building, it will probably be quite limited. Whether or not it is anything we build is part of LTP that comes over from the patch to patch. Maybe not to start with, but eventually it will. But either way, no matter what we build, we'll get wiped when we transition to 1.0, or if they decide to do a wipe between now and then. But yeah, if they haven't placed rivers yet, when that update does come along, there is a good chance that they will have to wipe any bases that have been built. If the chances are we'll see rivers before we see base building. That's a genuine plausibility I would expect. Yes, exactly, Hawk. And then when that's done, we will start base building. But bear in mind, anything we build or anything we do before 1.0 is going to get reset. So it doesn't really matter at the moment. It's more just for testing and just, you know, trying it and seeing how it works. But it will be a good way of, you know, getting ahead of the game, finding a spot that you really love and want to go back to, so that when day one of 1.0 drops and the servers don't just blow up, which they may do, we can just quickly get down there and try and settle that area and hope that no one else has found that same spot. Yeah, we definitely need suit lockers, KCO. Hopefully we see Starware and suit lockers for 411 as well. That would be nice. Couple of weeks, we'll have another roadmap update. Whether or not we see anything about Starware is yet to be seen. But way back when, or a few months ago, Jared said they're aiming for September for Genesis. So far, that's looking like it's true. He said more recently they're also aiming for Starware to be September. So chances are that is more likely to still be the case, because it's, you know, less time has passed, so less can change. But that's not to say something hasn't changed. We will see. What I said was that we hadn't changed our height pipeline, i.e. how we turn sets of height maps into shapes on terrain, while it's more advanced in version 5, new layer of tiles to place. And our planet content team has improved the offline portion of generating these. It's something we've discussed radically changing in the future. Yeah, thank you. He did mention on the stream as well for £10.42 in regards to that the next leap in Planet Tech. So version 6 is not something planned, but the next leap of what they... So rivers are on their way. Rivers almost made it in for 4.11, it sounds like, but just didn't quite get there. That will come in, I'm sure, within a few months, I would say, of... Well, I don't know, but they're not too far off. But what they haven't really explored yet too much is the height pipeline, which is basically canyons and mountain ranges at scale. That, they say, is the next leap for Planet Tech. That's what they would like to bring in. That would be considered, you know, the next big step. So Planet's version 6, no. Version 5, big mountains, deep canyons, yes. Do you know when the Galaxy is meant to be back on sale? I think the next time we're likely to see that spunky is IAE. Although saying that, isn't it dropping for the IAE? I think it's releasing for the IAE, so that will definitely be the last time we see it. Yeah, November. You will see a lot more PvP if players have taken land orgs want to have. Yeah, absolutely. Kemi, welcome. Absolutely. If you know, if there's a big plot of land that players want in null or low sec locations, and you don't officially own that piece of land, there will be land wars going on. You know, you could be an individual solo player that comes across this huge, vast amount of resources that is worth a fortune, and it's yours until a bigger group comes along and forces you off, and then it's theirs until a bigger group comes along, or a more formidable group comes along and pushes them off. If it is in a location where you can buy the land, which you're not going to find as many resources because it's mostly been mined and you have to pay for the land, then you will own it. But yeah. Next time on sale is the release sale, which already will be a higher price. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. All the vistas, fuck. Yeah, absolutely, sir. Space Ranger, thank you so much for your subscription, my friend. That is very kind of you. Beers and party, please. Curious as to how Genesis will produce planets consistently stable and faster than our current process. Lastly, better optimized. Yep, same. Absolutely. One of my biggest questions. How much will it speed up the process now, in a year, in 5 years? You know, the answer to 100 systems. Oh, trees. Trees are something I just wish we knew if we would be able to chop down trees. I'm kind of 50-50 on it. They've kind of said no, but then they've explained, then they've sort of said they'll look into terraform, you know, being able to, in some fashion, manipulate the land or deform the land. Will Haynes said it, in fact. Will Haynes showed it. Jared said they'll look into it. No, you know, no promises. But yeah, Maelstrom. Will Maelstrom have any impact with Planet Tech or Starchitect? When we saw Starchitect buildings, we were kind of oops, broken it. There we are. Don't like that. We were shown at the same time how these structures can be destroyed with bullets and grenades and explosions and things. So it does sound possible that at least constructed buildings will be destructible, but will trees? Chris wrote a long time ago. I can't even remember what it was referring to. I need to finish the stream, but he wrote like a story in his, you know, as like a gameplay example of someone crash lands on a planet. They then have to wait for rescue, but in the meantime, they have to find food and maybe shelter. They need to craft a fire. Like, how are we going to craft a fire? Is it just going to be simply gathering sticks, which it could be, and putting them into a fire? Or are we going to be able to chop down trees? Are we going to be able to process them? If we do, there will most definitely be vehicles to help us do that. But as it stands right now, it could go either way. And nothing has been said as to... In fact, we've had the opposite said. You know, we've had the opposite about chopping down trees be said, where it's not going to be possible. So really, the odds are we're not going to be able to. But it would be cool if we could. And I feel like the way the game's going, there could be a potential to that. Instancing becoming the death of Star Citizen settles the debate. Oh, were people saying instancing is the death of Star Citizen? My goodness. Yeah, actually go camping. That's why I want the Auxilia. So bad. Anyway, that is me done for the day. I will see... Well, we're on Friday, aren't we? So, there is a new patch coming tonight for 4.10. We'll bring more fixes. Hopefully some more optimizations and improvements. Hopefully getting us closer to getting back on track. Oh, I thought it was already in cinemas. Is it not? That looks like a fun one. That Coyote versus Acme. Yeah. Yeah, true. Starcitect and instancing is the best of both. It's like, as the concierge says, have both. We don't need to have one or the other, you know? Oh, can you imagine when 411 hits the PTU, though? That's going to be a nice one. I'm excited for that one. Anyway, let me pass the stream on to somebody else. I will see you all on Monday, all being well. By that time, we will... I don't know what we're going to do. I don't really feel like playing 4.9 at the moment. It's just not fun right now. It's too problematic. The thing is, though, sometimes it works all right. But even today, doing that, the trade meet, there was like 4 or 5 server errors throughout, so not great, really. No, I don't. It's not going to drop for a little while, I don't think, Crom. It might be next week or the week after. They're still using Norse terminology for their message of the day. When they start using English, days of the week, that's when it's on the cusp of going, but we've not heard anything about it dropping. I think what they're doing is using 4.10 to really just push as many bug fixes, optimizations and so forth off that initiative list as possible before releasing it, so that when it comes to 4.11 we're in a decent state. I mean, there's a lot of hopium for 4.10, to be fair. I am truly desperately hoping that it's what we need it to be, to get us all back wanting to play again. Because it has dropped big time, unfortunately. Right, who have we got? Let's have a look. Maybe PC 101? Should we send it their way? So many streamers. Oh, Sun Devil's on as well, and he's sitting at 12. I think we should send it Sun Devils. So /raid. So, yeah, sorry, Crom. I'm just literally finishing right now. My apologies. Oh, I didn't put DM. That's where I've gone wrong. Yeah, good night, everybody. Have a great weekend, whatever it is you get up to. Hopefully, this new patch brings a lot more fixes and stuff, and we can maybe check out the new PTU. Just maybe mill around doing what we were trying to do the other day, where we were just trying to play normally and see how it goes. But until then, tonight, the Org Hathor op that we did the other day is the video going live. Oh, sure thing, Engalo. Thank you for joining us. Hope you found something worth your time, my friend. A few good trades, very nice. Yeah, that's coming out tonight. Whatever, I don't know what's coming out on Sunday, but might be the big Genesis update video. I don't know. We'll see. It might actually be covering the latest patch notes, because I haven't covered the last two, or the last one and this one tonight. But with that, this is my end screen. Have a great evening. Much love. And I will see you all on Monday. Bye-bye.